I think the good thing that we do is that we know that it will be on your end. So then there's no need
Yes.
to do the whole moving the videos on the internet and that kind of stuff. So once you get the physical thing, you just play it on your end, and we have no frustration that it has to get to my end on the internet, and there's no time.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Sounds good. Noted.
Mm.
Thank you.
Then I'm going to ask one more person, maybe Sokaina, someone who's not going to leave the main forum, to also start recording. I'm recording from my end as well.
Okay.
Pardon?
All right.
Able to also record everything.
I would not trust my computer. It's fine with the connection. If I ask it to do anything other than that, it might make us regret we're alive.
All right. I need to take a break and be back in about 30 minutes or 15.
Yeah, the conference starts in 15 minutes.
Okay, good. I'll be back in 15.
Okay. Can I also go?
Yeah.
Do you need me to play the banner?
Yeah, Sam, you can already put the banner, I think. And then in 15 minutes, you just put the music on. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Asma. That was very helpful.
What time are we going live with the room link on YouTube here? Oh, it is. Sorry, it's sorry being.
Yeah, let me share it with you.
Yeah. Sorry, Sam, I think you just sent me the sound exhibit from yesterday.
No.
But I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure I should be able to copy streaming link. Got it.
Do you have it?
Yes. Send it across to myself. Thank you.
Really? Quick question. I start admitting people at the half an hour, right? in 14 minutes.
Ouais, sorry, Sam.
Yes, I'm just asking. I'll start letting in people at the half an hour rate in 14 minutes.
Wait, I'm super confused with the time zones, so I'm not the right person to ask.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm just saying the rooms officially open in half an hour, so that's when I start letting people in.
Oh, really? I thought it was starting like 14 minutes.
Sorry, do you want me to already start sharing the sound?
Hello. Okay. Who's sending in your photos? I love the blank stare. the guy over there. I don't see him, but okay. Hi, Grace. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Good. So the overall program is about to begin. So forgive me, I'll talk really fast. So those that have to jump over to that side can do that. So this is where our Hub Showcase session is going to happen. It will happen at 4 p.m. my time, which is what? Is that 3 p.m. your time? Not sure. So it will happen 4 p.m. East Africa time. And so that's in about 3 hours from now. And we have all your photos on one slideshow. And so when it's your time to speak, you'll see the slide has the name of your hub on it. And then the next slides will be the photos that you sent in. And so all that you'll need to do is just talk through the different photos, what you're seeing in the image and how else you use that space. I think how else you use that space, obviously what activity is happening within the photo and what would be the event happening at the time. And then if you could please go 5 minutes, because it's a 45-minute showcase, and so once each participant has to have adequate time to talk about their work. And so that would take us, about 5 minutes and a half. And that's really it, unless you've got any questions.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, how you doing?
Ninakwendie kalina watu kune visa tuyeli. Ninakwendie kalina watu kune visa tuyeli. Tusioke kukwitu tukune visa tuyeli. Tusioke kukwitu tukune visa tuyeli. Ninakwendie kalina watu kune visa tuyeli. Ninakwendie kalina watu kune visa tuyeli. Tusioke kukwitu tukune visa tuyeli. Tusioke kukwitu tukune visa tuyeli. Kana kama mikoka ukanguta vyekando. Kana kama mikoka ukanguta vyekando. Weza kuona wichini eka ngutumie kindo. Weza kuona wichini eka ngutumie kindo. Kana kama mikoka ukanguta vyekando. Kana kama mikoka ukanguta vyekando. Weza kuona wichini eka ngutumie kindo. Weza kuona wichini eka ngutumie kindo. Na kibeti nitendye eka ngutumie kindo. Na tusena nisendye eka ngutumie kindo. Na kibeti nitendye eka ngutumie kindo. Na tusena nisendye eka ngutumie kindo. Noni edhi na kweli gitikila udhine. Noni edhi na kweli gitikila udhine. Noni edhi na kweli gitikila udhine. Noni edhi na kweli gitikila udhine.
Just joining us, you tuned in live to the sounds of the Lugaton album.
is rising, beating up the air. Forests are burning, burning the green away. Swamps are flooding, plastic everywhere. We need to go green for our lives depend on it. That's why we sing. Chiragala, chiragala, chitwagala, kula kula. Chiragala, chiragala, chitwagala, kula kula. Speak up for the land. Speak up for your future. We must take a stand. Each one playing their part. As one raising our voice. We need to grow green and do more. For this earth is our only home. Go green right now. Right now. Chiragala, chiragala, chitwagala, kula kula. Back to back, no defense, we attack. Looking my best, nimepiga all black. Unaweza nita Luvita, mini snack. In fact, beat ikidrop, DJ run it back. Wakipiga domo, sisi tunasaka stack. Mimi na mziki nikanoa na act. Niko na waumini na ni grind sio lack. Rude girl, body right, melanin skin dark. Wewe si uzitoke, dance floor ni perimeter. Ona doge shonoka, mwenzako na furaha. Huko tuna mapresha, huku hutateseka. Daily kuserereka, let me make you feel better. Ruka kwenye kiti, weka tika hivi. Ruka kwenye kiti, oh I'm feeling itchy. Ruka kwenye kiti, weka tika hivi. Ruka kwenye kiti, oh I'm feeling itchy.
Siku leo Monday is a vibe. Tuna go live, follow, subscribe. Makarao kisumbua tuna bribe. Tuko tilalila kama wila tuna hype. Leo ni mitungi paka che. Fuli kwa ridhika order ze. Pati la kijanja, pati la kizee. Wala kuget crash, itabidi wamezee. Ruka kwenye kiti. Niko moto kugoliti. Mabiti wako dhidi. Penga no tabidi no kabidi. Ruka kwenye kiti. Niko moto kukoliti. Mabiti wako dhidi. Penga no tabidi no kabidi.
Ruka kwenye kiti, weka tika hivi. Ruka kwenye kiti, oh I'm feeling itchy. Ruka kwenye kiti, weka tika hivi. Ruka kwenye kiti, oh I'm feeling itchy. Ruka kwenye kiti, weka tika hivi. Ruka kwenye kiti, oh I'm feeling itchy. Ruka
iswe manyu tarete mwangi geni goitoro yegelweni sutke bendi keratera boe yegelweni sutke bendi ketile sutta sigela oyam getit goita goni iswe manyu tarete mwangi geni goitoro yegelweni sutke bendi ketile sutta yegelweni sutke bendi keratera boe sigela mi safari goger go mi salani anganda mi safari goger go mi salani onge tu yesige mwangale jutu kyose tarete mwangi geliga ikaro yegelweni suke bendi keratera goe yegelweni suke bendi keratera goe sigela.
Listening to the sounds of the industry, an album that will be released in the course of next year, in collaboration with artists from East Africa and beyond. So,
Mungetu yesige mwangale jutu kyose tarete mwangi geni goitaro yegelweni sutke bendi keratera goe yegelweni sutke bendi ketemeterekta sigela Mungetu yesige mwangale jutu kyose tarete mwangi geni goitaro yegelweni sutke bendi keratera goe yegelweni sutke bendi ketemeterekta sigemi yegelweni sutke bendi keratera goe yegelweni sutke bendi ketemeterekta yegelweni sutke bendi keratera goe yegelweni sutke bendi ketile sutta sigela mi safari goger go mi salani anganda mi safari goger go mi salani anganda ngoro ngetunda goger tilil giwanje anganda ngoro ngetunda goger tilil giwanje yegelweni sutke bendi ketile sutta yegelweni sutke bendi keratera goe yegelweni sutke bendi ketemeterekta yegelweni sutke bendi keratera goe yegelweni sutke bendi ketemeterekta yegelweni sutke bendi ketile sutta sigela
Hello, everybody. If you're just joining us, we are warming up for the main event today. I hope you rested well last evening and you've been enjoying the sounds of the second album that we're working on. It's called Kiunga 2. We did Kiunga 1. And to open up our show today, I would like to introduce the artist that you've just been listening to. That's Sandra Subi from Uganda. And she's going to open our session today with this performance.
Woohoo! Hi everybody, my name is Sandra Subi from Kampala, Uganda, a visual and performing artist. It's so beautiful to see you again. I know that it's virtual, but think of this. We are borderless, like we can be together no matter what, and nothing can now stop us. Yeah, guys. So look at it like that. I know it's been a crazy year, and I thought, let me start with Togwa Musubi to just bring back some lovely, beautiful energy from African Crossroads 2019. It was such a privilege to meet each one of you. I think if you remember this very crazy hat and the exuberant outfit, really talking about climate change and shining a light on that and the power that we have when we think through or apply ourselves to whatever material we have around us and repurpose this material, because if it stays with us, plastic, if it stays with us, it must work for us. So that first song was a beautiful song called Togwa Musubi, which I think is extremely relevant, not only to last year but this year, that we should not lose hope. Subi is a Luganda word that means hope. So the message is Togwa Musubi, don't lose hope. And I think that us having African Crossroads online this year is a message that we still have the hope, that we know that we still have the power to make whatever it is we want to happen. And the beauty of this season is, no matter how crazy the year has been, we have risen up and continued to work and continued to create and continued to put our best foot forward. And I think that is priceless. More than ever, as we think about this opportunity to reimagine the Pan-African dream, we have seen young people rise up. I mean, my country, Uganda, we are right within the campaigns, like in the middle. It has been crazy. So many people have lost their lives. Young people have risen up and said, you know what? It's time for change. We want change. And they've made their voices known and they've spoken. They have, stood out. And even with all these things that have been going on, like the Black Lives Movement, Black Lives Matter movement in the US, police brutality in Nigeria, and just seeing so many people rise up for what they believe is true. I think that's priceless. I think we can't take that for granted. And I think for me, that's a sign that there is hope. So we are here. We are here and we are together. And that means there is hope. I am really privileged to sing this next song. It's a song by an amazing Ugandan artist called Maurice Kiria. And I thought it was perfect for us, or I guess for me, to add my voice to all these things that are going on. And the song is called I Will Sing, because it's the gift that I have. And I believe if I'm to contribute, this is how I will contribute, to bring my message and my thoughts and my ideas through song. I hope you will enjoy it. It's a beautiful song. I will be joined by an amazing young gentleman, producer, songwriter, just all around epic gentleman called Jose on the guitar. So enjoy. I Will Sing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is I Will Sing with like a short attachment of Mr. Bao. My power is in my song. It's how I communicate. It's only common sense to know that the world needs to live in harmony. I'm no politician, but I'm an advocate for love. It's only common sense to know that the world needs to live in peace and harmony. Listen, please don't call this charity. It's a role that we must play. After all, we're all brothers and sisters, so let's join our hands in harmony. I will sing, hoping the world will hear my song. I will sing, hoping we'll join together as one. Ooh, I will sing, hoping the world will join and hear my song. I will sing, hoping we'll join together as one. Yeah, break it down, let's say, listen. Lekanzenengenda jabayimbiranga siwera engule mitima bagitwalira mbuvera bafugira bugalo babera balamuwenkera lekanzenengenda jabayimbiranga siwera engule mitima bagitwalira mbuvera bafugira bugalo babera balamuwenkera lekanzenengenda jabayimbiranga siwera engule mitima bagitwalira mbuvera bafugira bugalo babera balamuwenkera lekanzenengenda jabayimbiranga siwera engule mitima bagitwalira mbuvera bafugira bugalo babera balamu 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 wenkera lekanzenengenda jabayimbiranga siwera engule mitima bagitwalira mbuvera bafugira bugalo babera balamuwenkera. Oh, listen. I will sing, hoping the world will hear my song. Yeah, I will sing, hoping we'll join together as one. I will lift my voice and sing, hoping the world will hear my song. Yeah, I will sing, hoping we'll join together as one, as one. Yeah. So, this part right here, I just want to invite you to join me. We said tuli misubawa twake, which means we are lights. Let us continue to shine our light. Let's continue to light each other's lights. Oh my gosh, praise the Lord. Let us continue to light each other's lamps. Let's continue to encourage each other. Let's continue to be the light wherever we are, because it is needed. It's needed. Hey, so we say, tuli misubawa, you say twake, tuli misubawa, twake, tuli misubawa. Twake, tuli misubawa, tuli misubawa, twake.
Wherever you are, unmute and join her in the song.
Twake, tuli misubawa, twake, tuli mis. Raise it up, let's say now. Tuli misubawa, hey, come on. Tuli misubawa, hey, tuli misubawa, twake, tuli misubawa, hey, oli misubawa, car, only me super one, toi, eh, only me super one, only me super one, we say, only me super one, toi, eh, only me super one, toi, eh, only me super one, toi, eh, only me super one, yeah. My power is in my song. It's how I communicate. It's only common sense to know that the world needs to live in peace and harmony. Oh, needs to live in peace and harmony. Oh, yeah, that's a song called Musubao, and I hope we'll continue to shine our light, to be lights wherever we are, because, as I mentioned, it's needed. One of the other things that we really faced this year was a very, very, very dangerous thing called climate change. And I know that many times as we would speak about the pandemic, climate change was like pushed to the side, but it's a serious issue, guys. It's happening and we need to do something about it. This year we got to record the volume 2 of Kiyunga, which was the album we created at African Crossroads 2019. We got to record and just collaborate virtually, yes. But the beauty, we are borderless, you know. And so we got to record this really beautiful album that you shall hear very soon. But the next song, which is our last song, is a declaration that we are going green, written by me, produced by a lovely gentleman, and in collaboration with another gentleman called Mr. Bisaso, a really amazing instrumentalist and vocalist from Uganda, Kampala. I hope you will enjoy it. It's called Chiragara. Chiragara is a Luganda word that means green. And so the word says Chiragara, Chiragara, Chetwagala okulagula, to mean we are going green, in short. So enjoy Chiragara.
Thank you very much for joining and watching with us. I'm going to play you the last song from Sandra so we can open up our session today. Thank you very much for everybody who's joined, and for the friends who are still on their way. Please ping them, WhatsApp them, and ask them, you know, where are you? The party has already started. The conference is starting. And we're having the wonderful sounds of Sandra Subi from Uganda opening up for us. Here we go.
Welcome to African Crossroads 2020. My name is Sandra Subi, and I'm here with a message that together we are stronger. This is Tokwa Musubi.
So
That was amazing. Thank you so much, Sandra, for these videos. Her voice is so powerful. It carries you through and through again. Welcome, everyone. Welcome again to day 2. It's me, Sukene, your MC. And welcome to the day 2 of the 3rd edition of the African Crossroads Conference, Reimagining the Future. Yesterday, we had a series of panels discussing the power of storytelling and the power of using sound as a healing tool and the joys of technology, connecting with the past and experiencing the future. We also had a range of inspirational talkers from the African Crossroads Network share their journey, and 2 sweet sound installations in the sound exhibition room. We've got an exciting program for you today in 3 different spaces, as opposed to yesterday where we had 4. So today we've got the forum where we currently are, stories and sound exhibition. Links to the spaces are available to you on the chat. And those streaming us live on YouTube, hello. If you want to check out the spaces or want to move from one to the other, just refer back to the African Crossroads website and you'll be able to go to the link that'll take you to the space that you want to go to. We've also got 7 physical hubs joining us. When I call out your name, if you could unmute yourself and show us some love, that would be dope. El Space in Tunis, Tunisia. Are you guys there? I saw them log in earlier. El Space. We'll get back to them later. Hey! Wait, no, that's bare feet. I'm getting. Well, I guess we'll start with Bare Feet Theater signing in from Lusaka, Zambia. Yeah, there we go. H Factor in Lagos, Nigeria. You guys around? I guess it takes a minute to get through to the other side of the continent and back to me, I guess. Okay, we'll move on. Karen Village, that are based in Nairobi, Kenya.
Hi, everyone from Karen Village. Yeah, I'm gonna get everyone on camera at some point.
Cool, thank you for joining us, guys.
Thank you.
We've also got Swahili Pot Hub in Mombasa, Kenya. Swahili Pot, can you guys hear me? We'll give an opportunity for them to share some love later on as well. And from Lilongwe, Malawi, we've got M-Hub. Yeah, I think so. Hi! That's really cool. Thank you guys for joining us. I hope I didn't miss anyone today. Don't think I did. And seeing that we've got quite a bit of stretching of the mind that will take place today, I thought maybe it'd be fun to stretch our bodies right before we stretch our minds. So if it is available to you, please get up and let's do some stretching. It'd be pretty sweet if we had to. I'm gonna go for like the very, very basic old lady kind of thing, you know, just stretch it out. Really get in there. It's difficult to sit in front of a computer all day, even if it's exciting and we get to have lovely conversations with everyone. I think it's not a very natural thing for humans to be sat the way that we're sat. So let's just stretch it out, shake it off, get into the body so that we don't forget that we're in these physical vessels, so we don't get lost in our minds. Cool, 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 cool. Yes, you shake it, shake it, shake it. Go for it, Samantha. You were going for a little wave there. Yeah, girl. Nikes is doing the, what's it called? What is that one called? But she's doing it. Dope. So if you guys want to stay standing for a little while longer while I continue the introductions, please feel free. I think I might actually do that. This is feeling good. So the day is dedicated today to the present and the future, while yesterday was looking at connecting with the past and experiencing the future. It was designed to allow you, all the participants, to dive deep in topics that are dear to you. So it's built around 3 main blocks. An open space format to co-create an emerging program here live on Zoom together, facilitated by Azza, Rifilwe and Asma, and I'll introduce them in a minute. And they'll be the ones that will explain further how the open space will pan out. We've also have a hubs meetup for our hubs, which will allow them to showcase their spaces, and that will be in stories. Again, all of the links to take you to the specific spaces will be shared on the chat, so keep an eye on what's going on there. And also please feel free to use the chat as well to kind of communicate, share thoughts, ideas, document, whatever feels right. And then we've also got music performances, just as yesterday, in the sound exhibition space. And at the end of the day with Thomas Mamfupo, we'll have a closing party here in the forum. And to kick off the day, we'll start with a short inspirational talk by Faisal, Kiwewa, about the process and perspective of the Mombasa Declaration as a follow-up of last year. But before that, we're gonna get up close and personal again with Who cards. And Esma is gonna take us through that. Esma, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining again. It's really cool. Since a lot of people quite enjoyed yesterday's game to connect, we thought we would do it again. So if just for people who were not here yesterday or just joining us or who need a reminder, the Who Cards is an interactive game that we designed with a collective that I'm part of named Amanitas. It is open for everyone to download, check online and play online. The objective of the game is to connect on a personal level, because we always often just meet and ask to each other, what do you do? And we are more than what we do. So this game is just helping us to connect on who we really are. Evelyn is putting the link in the chat. And so you can see in the screen share one of the questions that is part of the game. And if you shuffle you can shuffle the questions by clicking on the arrow. Sam, if you can make a demonstration, perfect. So here I have what is your greatest weakness? What does it mean to you to live in an extraordinary life? So the way we're going to do it is, like yesterday, Sam is going to put us in breakout rooms of 2 or 3 people, and each of you is going to copy, is going to click on the link that Evelyn just pasted to have the Who cards display in their browser. And then you just need to answer the question that is displayed in your screen to the person there. Is it clear for everyone, or do you have questions before we separate in breakouts? So in Arabic, we say silence, samtu alamatul rida, which means the silence is a sign of acceptance or like, yeah, I would translate it like that, of blessing and saying yes. So let's go out to breakout rooms. All right. So if anyone has an issue going to breakout rooms, they can reach out to Sam. So if there are people who couldn't join breakout rooms, Sam can create a breakout room with 3 people. For the people who just joined, we're playing a game called the Who Cards in Breakout Rooms. I will put the link here again. If you want to be in a breakout room, you can, I think, reach out to Sam and she can put you in a breakout room. The principle of the game is just to answer the question that is displayed on the website in the most honest way to connect with your peers, other than what do you do? So for people who are not in breakouts, please, you can answer the questions here with everyone. And I can go first. The question that I have, oh, someone is talking. All right, if someone wants to jump in, maybe Greg, you can put the Who card slide in the main room. In the screen share. So the question that I have is, what's the best advice you've been given? So the best advice I've been given was by my dad, very young, and it was le mieux est l'ennemi du bien, which means always trying to do better is the enemy of doing good, I guess, which I understood as trying to stay content. Oh, who wants to answer that question?
I need you to go again. What was that statement? What did your dad teach you?
I just answered the question. My question was, what's the best advice you've been given?
Oh, and the response.
The response was to basically le mieux est l'ennemi. Trying to do better is the enemy of doing good. So like and I understood as try to stay content and satisfied with what you have instead of always looking to for better, for more, for improving. So
really powerful. Yeah.
So do you like to walk straight or curvy, Sam?
Yes, just letting more people in. Do I like to walk straight or curvy? I like to turn. I like to turn. A straight route really ends up being so frustrating. So I like to take turns. I like mixing. I don't like monotonous things. Straight, it's okay, but it's not good enough. Should I go to the next question for you? And also just to assign people in the different groups that we have.
Yeah, I think we're also almost done with the breakout rooms. All right,
Yeah.
I don't know how much is left, but.
Three minutes.
Oh, sweet. Do you want to shuffle, whoever is sharing the screen, do you want to shuffle the, Sam, do you want to shuffle to the next question? And anybody who feels drawn to answer it, feel free to do it.
Wait, one moment. Shuffled.
Nice one.
Do you want to go for it?
Yeah, go for it, Greg.
Mm.
Oh, Shakira saying my heritage. Thanks, Shakira, for participating.
No problem. I feel a little bit, I just walked in, so what's happening? But I love this, actually. And yeah, I do celebrate my heritage. I have a kind of dual heritage, a very South African heritage, and that's quite unique because it's so mixed. So I'm often kind of talking about that a lot here in the Netherlands. And I do celebrate that very much. Thanks, Asma.
Nice. Happy to have you here, Shakira.
Yeah, Sam, I'm happy to finally connect.
Nice.
We might have room for another question. Do you want to shuffle again while people come back from their own?
Yeah, shuffling. Oops, it's just taking a little longer.
Oh, that's a good one. Who wants to go?
Greg, do you want to give it a go?
Hello, Lily. Since you just arrived, we're playing a game and of answering this question. And if you want to, happy to join today's section. Perfect. Would you like to answer this question for us as a part of the game? So since coming online, what is the longest period of time you've had offline? Lily, hello. Lily is not joining anyone who feels drawn to this question.
For me, it's been 1 week. Just spending 1 week only without gadgets, which was like the longest period of time.
Okay, hello.
Hey,
Sorry.
Lily, how are you doing?
Hi, happy to see you again.
Hi.
Okay, sorry. The question is, since coming online, what's the longest period of time you've had offline? Okay, are you referring to today or my whole life experience? So,
It's the first day.
So is this for today? You mean today?
Oh, ever. since you
Okay.
internet in your life.
Okay, since coming online, what's the longest period that you had offline? I can't say, but I know that whenever I'm offline, I'm so unsettled, so uncomfortable. I feel like I'm sick. Like I get sick when I'm offline, and I don't know, but for some funny reasons, it's the same for almost everyone around me. Yeah, so when I'm offline, I feel disconnected from everyone else. I feel sometimes I even get depressed. So, but I don't know per se how long.
Thank you for sharing.
Maybe
That's
a whole
amazing.
day. think. Yeah. Okay.
Do you have time for another question to everyone, Sam, while people are coming back from the breakouts? What turns you on? Oh, that's...
This one's when you ask, ma'am.
You made the question. Please answer it.
What turns me on? No, go for it. What turns me on? Oh, I would say everything. I'm a very on person. So, you know, smile, food, everything, bodies, love, smiles. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I will give the word back to, thanks for playing the game. I hope you enjoyed. I'll give the ball back to our dear MC. Okay.
Thank you, Esma. That was really fun because I didn't get to participate yesterday, but I did today. And yeah, man, those questions, they're deep, yo. It's no joke. Before we move further forward, I just want to give a little kind reminder. Make sure that your mics are muted when not in use. If you're not already somewhere quiet with a good connection, take a minute to make that happen for yourself if you can. And again, a lot of information will be posted on the chat. Keep an eye on that regarding movement from one space to another when there are parallel sessions happening. There won't be as many as yesterday, but there will be a couple. What else have we got? Yeah, and also use the chat to share links, to have conversations, share documents, and most importantly, please stay hydrated. If you need to get up and have a little walk around in the middle of a session, feel free to do so. Just make sure that your mic is muted so we don't hear you shuffling around the floor. With no further ado, I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is Faisal Kiwewa. He is the founder and director of Baima Cultural Foundation, which organizes the Amakula International Film Festival, DOA East African Performing Arts Market, the Baima International Festival of the Arts, and the Kampala International Theatre Festival, and much more. Faisal aims at strengthening the role of Baima in developing the arts in Uganda and East Africa, and establishing lasting structures to sustain the arts by developing Lunkulu Island, its newly acquired home. Faisal, the floor is all yours, my friend.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Yes. Thank you so much for the introduction, and welcome everyone to today's session. My name is Faisal Kiwewa. As I've been said, I work with Baimba Foundation, and our job is really to work for the arts. So we do it from A to Z, not only festivals or trainings, but we also advocate, we fundraise, we support, we create market opportunities for creatives, stakeholders, and entrepreneurs. And I think for today's discussion, I've been given 5 minutes, I think, or 7 minutes to talk about the Mombasa Declaration, which was signed on the 21st of November 2019, when we were all during the closing session of the second meeting of the African Crossroads. And we're going to talk about the past of it, the present, and its future. For those of you who have not had access or an opportunity to read the declaration, I think Evelyn is going to share with you a link in the file. You can access it and have a read at it. It was basically a document that we crafted during that meeting, the second meeting, where we wanted to really emphasize the role of festivals and events in cities. And on the 21st of November, during the second meeting, all the delegates and stakeholders were present, really signed on to this document. and we proudly presented it to some of the officials that were present and those that were also wanting to use it as a way of lobbying. That evening, when it was written again, after the signing, we were all asking ourselves, so what are we going to do with this declaration? How far are we going to go? Who's going to be in charge of it? And one of the things that we thought that it would be really, really interesting to have the document within the network, accessible within the network of the African Crossroads members. But also, it has been something that we've worked with over the past year. Like, for example, in Uganda, the declaration has been used in advocating in preparation for the white paper that the parliament, or our 11th parliament, is going to be passing for the formation of the Ministry of Culture. And that is a very good step that they have been using it as a reference. We've also had the colleagues around on the continent asking for it to reference it on it, but also to use the language and the ideas within it for advocacy and lobbying their government for support. And as you know, most declarations are used for helping move motions. They are used to guide processes and decision making. They are normally referred for policies and reforms, and also they help to support advocates and lobbyists to formulate their language when they are talking to those that they need to be listened to. Our declaration highlights the role of festivals and events in cities. And in times like this, where the world is still in shock and we are all held at this global pandemic, we, the stakeholders in the arts, have a very big challenge to face forward. One of which is that most of us, or all of us, have not managed to hold our festivals the way we always planned them. And when the world gets back to normal, when the lights get back on, it will be really difficult for us to get back the way we were. We will have to advocate much more than what we did before. We will have to ask we will be asked the hard questions. What is more important? Is it health or festivals? What is more important? Is it education or, events? So how are we going to be able to survive in these coming years? And honestly, I think in the next 2 to 3 years, the creative industries, the arts, the culture are going to suffer much more than what we've suffered yet. So this is where we think that this declaration could be a very much useful tool for us as a network, a very useful tool for those who are potential or possible advocates and lobbyists for arts funding and culture. And I think we can all digest it and use it when we are starting to lobby again, which we are going to do very well and many times. When we start lobbying again, I think it will be important to carry along this document and share so that people can understand. And if you all, or if we all understand its language, we will definitely know that it will help us to push on and make the case for our relevancy. Because to be honest, it is going to be really difficult again to lobby for the significance of festivals and events in cities. So in that case, I have some suggestions. One of the things that I think, if we all agree that this declaration is a tool that we all produced in 2019, and we all think that it could be a tool that we can use within our efforts to lobby for support, then I think we need to work together so that we make sure that this declaration can reach all the desks that it's supposed to reach. I think we need to form, if possible, working groups within this network as think tanks to help even think beyond this declaration and add to it, enrich it, and make it more user-friendly, but also more up-to-date. We also need to create advocacy documents for all our partners in this network so that whenever they need to lobby for something, whenever they need to make a case, wherever they are able to access these documents in a Google file that African Crossroads has created. And even other documents on policy, on lobbying, on fundraising, on creative industry. So this kind of work could be really useful for the network. But I also think, like we've been listening to some of the introductions with the hubs, I think we also need to create regional advocacy hubs, not only performance groups, but also advocacy hubs where we know that in the north, in the east, in the south, in the west, in the central, there are centers that are managed by African Crossroads members that are able to help as first contacts for contextual consultancy for people who are within those countries and those regions if they need to get any information, so that they are able to link back to the information that we have created and share it with them for the purpose of using it. So that's our thing, and I want to thank you. And for those who have not read the document, I'll ask again to read through it, and I'll be happy to have any questions coming in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Faisal. That was super inspirational. Do we have some questions for Faisal? We've got a couple of minutes. Even if you haven't read the declaration in itself, you can ask a couple of questions in the chat, and then we can move forward from there. But this just kind of goes to show how things actually do manifest within the African Crossroads network. It reminds me of that quote that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think that this declaration in itself is paramount. I think it's very important to have these kind of infrastructures put in place, because we don't actually have those infrastructures, especially for culture, in a lot of countries on our continent. No one's got any question? Evelyn is saying, thank you, Faisal. It's so good to hear what these joined forces can do. Very true. Oh, here, we've got a question from Afrotopia. What's the greatest challenge you have faced, and how did you overcome them? Unmute your...
Yeah, that's in general, I don't know whether as in my line of work or for this declaration, but in my line of work, there are many challenges. It's politics every day, and I love it. I love the politics of culture. But then within the line of this declaration, I think the challenge has been really convincing more especially government stakeholders to buy into it, to understand that these things are what we are talking about are possible if we do it jointly. If they don't stand alone, if we work with them, they always this attitude of thinking that we, the government, are the custodian of everything has had an effect on them, and making them understand that, look, I'm investing, I'm putting time, I'm employing people, I'm creating jobs, I'm contributing to the GDP, I'm paying taxes. So why don't we sit together and discuss how do I benefit from my own effort as well? And I think it's the biggest challenge, that getting them to understand that we can sit in one room and discuss jointly and come to solutions, which is happening right now. Yeah.
That's brilliant. I can also see that there's one other question. Actually, there's a couple. I just have to scroll, pardon the slowness. Ali Salim says, it's high time we change the narratives and perceptions on festivals from just a form of entertainment into avenues to boost economy and increase revenues. It's a great initiative. Can we work on solidarity within the different festivals in East Africa? This is John Mukini Namya.
Yeah, I think it's already happening. One of the things that we've really invested in the past 7 years of Doa Doa was creating a network, a circuit, a tour, a tour possibility for artists and festivals to collaborate in programming, in presenting artists, in booking, in exchanging. Even we came up with a calendar of festivals. If you go on the Sauti za Busara website, for those who know Sauti za Busara, there is a page at their footer. There is a page that shows all the East African festivals. Of course, some are still there, some are no longer. But we've gone this far. So I think the issue is trying to be part of the conversation, and that's the most important thing. And try to find out who is doing what, and then engage. And I think platforms like African Crossroads brings in new perspective for me and Greg and other people. We know each other. We don't need to be, cultivated to talk, but others who are coming in, the new entrants, the new initiatives need to tap into this network as well. Yeah.
Very brilliant, true. Andrew Alston says, wow, this rings so true at the moment with things we are seeing in my part of the world. I'm not sure what part of the world you're in, but...
Yeah, I'm in Kenya. And I'm just watching the kind of dictates that are coming down of late that I think could damage the industry and innovation and so much. And to try and get a dialogue with the state to prevent the damage that they're about to unintentionally do. They're talking about trying to license all ICT practitioners and forcing people to have a degree or not be able to work in ICT, otherwise you go to jail and all sorts of other rubbish. And it's just so true that we have to find a way to dialogue and get them into the room and prevent them from, doing a lot of damage that they don't even realize they're going to do.
Yeah, but I think one of the things we miss out in our line of work is understanding the fact that there is no business line that doesn't have lobbyists. And I think we, the creatives, have failed to understand that we need lobbyists. I've seen people who make oil or dig oil from other people's places and countries, they have lobbyists. People who make cars have lobbyists. People who make shampoo have lobbyists. So why don't we have lobbyists? As creative, when we think, we can create lobbyists or in virtual reality, well, I think we need to have physical people who stand in for us, who understand the language and are able to sit, and that will be purely their job to make sure that our voices are heard and presented. And once that is done and understood, that's when we'll start not even having these issues, because these are very small conversations, but they make them big because we haven't understood the entry points and not nurture those entry points to make sure that we can learn from other people. And if they do, the worst people do the worst things, and because they have people who represent them, I think we also need to do this everywhere, in every country.
That is so well said, man. Preach, preach, preach. And I think it links back to what Ali said earlier about changing the narrative. I feel like that needs to change for the creatives as well, because we do have this stigma of, oh no, but we're not paper people, or we don't push documents, or we're creatives, our heads are up in the cloud. And so we tend to completely obliviate that whole facade of actually we need to stand up for our own stuff. And the only way we can do that is not to expect someone to represent us, but for us to represent ourselves. With the support, obviously, of lobbyists, because we can't be everything at once, although how dope would that be? So that was just a little side note. I'm looking at the time. There are quite a few other questions. Perhaps Faisal, you can look at them, and if you have a moment, respond to them in private message, because I'm afraid we're going to have to move forward to our next segment. Oh,
okay, I can get back to them.
Thank you so very much. This was beautifully said. So many important things were brought up. So thank you. I just need a moment because my computer.
I'll put the text in the chat for those who want to read.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, I am back. We're all good. So on with the program. We now have the Hub meetup in stories. So again, if you just go on the chat, you'll be able to see the link that will take you to that space. Pardon. And we've also got the ongoing sound installation in sound exhibition. Now we're gonna embark on our open space session in the forum where we are, so don't go anywhere. Unless you want to check out the sound exhibition or you want to check out the hubs. But if you don't want to do either and want to be a part of the open sessions, then please stay here. And in this forum, you will be invited to spontaneously propose topics that you'd like to delve into. I'm going to introduce the facilitators who will take you through their plan. We'll start off with Rifilwe Nkomo, who is a Joburg-based multidisciplinary artist, curator, educator, and community organizer. She uses various media, including performance, video, text, and dance to create cultural and artistic interventions, develop programs and installations. Her work is situated at the intersection of arts and social justice. Our second facilitator is Asma Gdira, who's the Who Cards Queen, and she is a catalyst wearing multiple hats, excuse me, activist, artist, consultant, speaker, writer, and facilitator, a Moroccan-French nomad.
Oh my, you are funny. You wanted to do...
Oop, there we go. A Moroccan-French nomad, she strives to build bridges between different cultures. Asma mainly explores the links between gender, social innovation, digital transformation, decentralization, organization, and collective intelligence. She believes that collaborative communities offer new alternatives to social and economic development. And she started her career as a business consultant. And now here she is with us, rocking it. Asma?
Hi everyone, again. First, I like the Who Cards Queen. That's a fun name. Thanks for the intro, Refilway. Refilway and I have designed this open space session, and I don't know if everybody's familiar or not, but we basically, the objective of this session and the 2 slots coming is to co-create a program together. So to have a live marketplace. So whoever wants to share a dialogue, a conversation, a specific topic can. It can be, I actually want to take this 45 minutes now to have a conversation about how we learned cooking during COVID, or it can be something like, I want to facilitate a conversation about getting better at visual marketing because my business needs that at the moment. So since we co-created all the program yesterday with the community offline, we wanted to do it now live online. So I'm gonna ask Refilwe, if you're here, to share her screen and walk you gently step by step in the whole principle of this session to come.
So I just needed to unmute really quickly. Hi, everyone. It's so good to be here with you on this digital version. And thank you very much for joining us all today. All right. What's going on? Why is that now moving? Okay. So basically what, as Asma said, we really wanted the space to be a space for co-creation, to have conversations that matter and conversations that we need to have right now. In developing this, we really wanted to agree on a couple of meeting agreements, just to encourage everyone to participate. It's a lot more fun and a lot more engaging when everyone does participate. Speak from the I and honor your own truth. We really want to hear from you and your experience. Listen for understanding and not necessarily for judgment, right? So we want to create an open space where we can all engage. Stay present, but of course, as you stay present, remember always to just take care of yourself. If you need to go grab some water, if you need a toilet break, if you need to stretch, ensure that you're doing that. Listen to your body, listen to your heart and yourself. Lastly, remember that, well, not lastly, second lastly, multiple experiences exist at the same time, right? So as we're hearing different things, there can be a little bit of discomfort, but you can also be learning at the same time. Like those things can happen at the same time. So just be open to the different experiences that you can be going through this process. And lastly, have fun, right? This is such a great and incredible opportunity for us to come together, especially after a really challenging year. So let's have fun together. So basically, some of the principles of open space, whoever comes are the right people, right? Whatever happens is the only thing that could have happened, right? Whenever it starts is the right time, and whenever it's over, it's over. So bearing this in mind, we also want to introduce the law of mobility. So if you find yourself someplace where you don't think that you're learning or that you're contributing, feel free, be free in this virtual space. Move somewhere else to where you do feel that you are being pulled to, where you feel that that learning and that contribution can be more meaningful or more impactful for you and for the community, the folks that you're with in a different breakout room. So how it's going to work is that we're going to open up the slides in just a second, and really with this prompt of what is the conversation you need to have now? What is urgent? What is coming up for you, right? Like, what is a question? What is a topic? What is a challenge? This is an invitation for us to explore together. So in doing that, we really want to open up a space to invite you now to share with us. And what we'll do is that we'll be broken up into different rooms, and you can really go where your heart and your virtual feet are taking you. And then of course, with the law of mobility, you can move around, right? So what we're doing at this point in time is we're asking people to put the topic onto the shared shared screen. So Asma, I think you're going to share the screen in the chat, right? Just the link to it so that folks can actually input on in live time. And as you are inputting, it should actually be available for us to all see it in real time. And then you can also, if you don't necessarily want to suggest a topic, a question, something that you do want to explore, but you want to explore something else that somebody else suggested, something that's really resonating with you, then really feel free to do that, right? So I think that right now we're going to invite people to share and put the room topics, and then afterwards we will break people up into the different rooms. We will ask you to please change your name, but these are a lot of instructions that I'm giving you, so maybe we just slow it down a little bit and just focus on the actual topics. Is that okay? How are people feeling? Asma, do you want to maybe add a little bit more? I'm not sure if I covered everything. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Refilwe. That was really really cool. And everybody, you can see in the chat that I put collaborative slides here. So the slide share that Refilwe is showing is actually accessible on this link. So everybody is familiar with Google Slides? So Kaina, I see you raising your hand.
Yeah, no, I just want to interrupt you for a split second. I feel like people haven't figured out how to go to the hub meetups, should they be interested in checking it out. So I'm just going to copy paste the link to the hub again. Should you be interested in doing that? Sorry for interrupting. It was brought to my attention. It's all yours again. I'm posting it right now. So if you want to go there, just click on the link and it'll take you straight there. Sorry, I'm out.
No worries. So Sukaina actually just mentioned a parallel session, because now we're doing this open space, but if you don't want to talk about a topic dear to your heart, you can go and watch the different hubs having a meetup. So in the room stories that Sukaina just put, coming back to our session, the Google Slides presentation is here. I am posting it again. So you can click on this presentation and go on slide number 6 in this presentation. Is everybody okay so far with the process of clicking on the link and going on the presentation. Yes, I see a lot of people in the presentation. That's great. Andrew already, oh, somehow it's not, maybe where you can refresh because it's not refreshing. So I see Andrew that entered a topic already. You can propose any topic you want for this 45 minutes, or also for the next slot that we will have in an hour. That will also be an open space. The number of rooms is just indicative, so we can end up with 1 or 2 topics, or you can go to 8 topics depending on who wants to. On how many people want to have conversations. So we're going to take 5 to 10 minutes to finish filling the slides 6 and 7 that Refillway is showing. You can also show the slide 7 Refillway that is the next time slot, so not this one. This one is just for the 45 minutes that we're having together now. Maybe we can do another quick marketplace after the break. But Refillway, if you can go back to slide 6, that's wonderful. We already have 3 topics. In 5 minutes, I will just close. So then Samantha can create the breakout rooms. So I don't know if there is any other topic. Feel free to really, anything that you would like to discuss, to just write it there, and we will put you in a breakout room, and people who are interested in your topic will join the breakout room that they want to join. So I already see facilitating deep tech innovation in Africa, growing the skill base. That sounds really exciting, proposed by Andrew. Someone offered changing the narratives, but there is no name. Could you please put your name? Sukaina is offering the topic of proposing an alternative way of modernizing that isn't ingrained in coloniality. Wow, these topics are quite exciting. Naitiemu is also offering Afrofuturism in the creative industries. All right.
So Asma,
what do you want to say?
Yeah, just quickly. So perhaps whilst people are still filling out the different topics that they would like to share, we can just show them just the slide around the harvest. Would that be useful?
That would be super useful. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Great. So each room will have a host, and the host is the person who suggested the topic. And you can select either the host to be the harvester or somebody else, or it can be a multitude, right? Really, it's proceed. And really, as you include that, just include some key insights, some actions, a summary of the conversation, but really this is your conversation. So you're allowing it to go where it is that it needs to go, the questions that may emerge from it. And if there are sort of like actions that do emerge, then that's really great. If that's not, then that's also amazing and really great. The purpose for this is to explore and experiment together. So each room will be able to have one of these. And if you do need an extra sort of like more things that you need to put in, because everybody has editing access here, you can just sort of like copy and paste your room just so that you can add more information. So as we can see, so tech innovation in Africa and growing the skill space with Andrew. In room 2, we'll have Afrofuturism in the creative industries, etc. So I'm going to quickly go back to the slides in terms of the rooms to see how we're doing there. We have mental health in the creative sector, which is so important. I'm not sure who's putting it though, but this is exciting. I think these groups are amazing. Remember, we also will have a second session. So if there's something that comes up that you kind of like want to explore a little bit more, a different thing, there is a second session that will be available for us to engage again later on in the day.
Awesome. Okay, I see another room feeling filled. We're just going to take 2 more minutes. So is somebody feeling room 5? Yes. So I think we'll just stop now at 5 rooms.
Okay.
Take your time. I don't know. I think we can just stop now because we want to have enough time for conversation. So perfect. Yeah. So as a recap. I will join in any group. All right. Do you want to just read the topics to the recap, and I will delete the rooms that are not used, refill way?
Absolutely. So in room 1, we have facilitating deep tech innovation in Africa, growing the skill space with Andrew Alston. In room 2, we have Afrofuturism in the creative industries, and that's with Naitemu. In room 3, we have proposing an alternative way of modernizing that isn't ingrained in coloniality, and that's with Sikena. In room 4, Asma, do you want to change room? Oh, okay, great. All right. So in room 5, we'll have anti-corruption and the prospect of good governance in Africa with Omuluru. And in room 4, so going back a little bit, we'll have mental health in the creative sector, well-being for all of us with Ongere. So those are the 5 rooms. So really this is, again, an opportunity for you to feel where your heart and virtual feet are taking you, right? Like, where are you being pulled to? Where do you want to have a conversation? But remember, again, right, with the law of mobility, if you feel like the conversation is not a place, the room is not a place where you're contributing as much as you want to or receiving as much as you need in that moment, you're free to take your virtual feet and go into another room. Like, it's absolutely feel free and do your thing, you know? So Asma and I will be going through in all of the rooms to also provide you with all support. But as we said, this is a co-creative space. So, you know, with your hosts, this is an opportunity to really engage and feel free and contribute, have fun. And yeah, so I think what we'll do right now is if you can please just, because we need to divide everybody into the separate rooms, right? So how we're going to do that is if you can please just rename yourself by the room that you want, right? So you can say 1, 2, 3, room 1, room 2, room 3, room 4, room 5. You don't have to write the whole thing, right? Just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so if you can rename yourself, if you don't know how to do that, if you go onto your own little square, there's 3 little dots. If you just sort of like click on that, you'll see there's a drop-down screen where you can rename and you can rename yourself, and it will start placing people in rooms. So this is going to take a little bit of time, maybe about 5 to 10 minutes, and you'll get an indication of the room, a little pop-up screen like you've been seeing to go to the different rooms, and then we can start the conversation. So we're going to have a little music, I believe, and whilst we jam out and go to the different rooms. So just give us a little bit of time to do that. But in the meantime, please do rename yourself.
Yeah, I'm seeing, thanks a lot, Refilwe. I am seeing people asking in the chat, when do we select a room? Room 2 looks interested to me. So you have here in, I can type in the chat quickly that we have 5 topics, and you just rename yourself. Not type it in the chat, but just rename yourself so it's easier for Sam, who is taking care of the breakouts, to put you in the different breakout rooms. You can rename yourself again by clicking on the 3 dots, and see, Sukaina just done it. So if you look at clicking on the 3 dots on your face in the screen and put the number of the room you want to join. Sam, is all going well with the different breakouts?
Yes, I'm honest.
Perfect. So the different hosts will be assigned to their room, and then I can also read. All right, Andrew says that you can also rename yourself from the participant list. So you click on participants down your screen, you have the participant list. And then when you have all the names of the participants, you can find your own name and rename yourself. Do you have any questions while we do this little process? You can also take the opportunity after you name. So Naitiemu, you meet with participants by putting the number of the room that you want to join. Room 3, Lily. So since we're doing this live, Sam, are you able to put people in breakouts when they just, if I just read you the names in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
perfect. So let's do.
Okay, so I'll wait until everyone is assigned.
Just so for room 2 so far, we have Taylor, John, and Naitiemu. I hope I'm not, and also Afrotope. So that's a room that you can already create. For room 3, we have Lily and Mutaz. We are confused. Okay, we're gonna redo an explanation. No worries. It is a live process, so it can be confusing. What is happening now, Barefoot Theater, which is a hub, I suppose, is that we're doing an open space session where you see Andrew, Naitiemu, Sukaina, Hungarian, Omolu suggested topics that they want to talk about in the next 45 minutes or 30 minutes. And you just need to select the room that you want to go to, and Sam will create the breakout rooms for everyone to go to and have this conversation. Is that more clear? I see. Barefoot Theater. So far, I just see people who chose to. All right, we also have someone who's in room 5. In the meantime, while we do that, you can just stretch a little bit. Perfect. Room 5, okay. Go get a glass of water, prepare for the conversation, get a pen, get everything. Sam is working hard to make it happen on the back end. So.
Maybe I could call out names that haven't chosen a room yet. Adnan, if you'd want to let us know which room you'd want to go, and L space, Fab space, Eddie, H Vector, Eman, and M Hub.
Perfect. In the meantime, you can just already create with the people who selected their room, so we can start the conversation, and then the remaining one you can just assign them to the different rooms.
Hi.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah. We kind of lost. I think we need to get to the where as well. We've splitted bare feet team. So there is bare feet A and B, and we're bare feet A now this room, and we are choosing to join room 5.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Are you taking us there, or we need to get there? Yes. How do we get there? Or...
I am. Yes,
Sam
I
is
am.
Going to take you. It's just a process that takes like 5 to 10 minutes because we do it live. So you just have to be patient and do a little break. You can get a glass of water, do some exercises. All right. Do some like exercises, some stretching, some singing. Go to the restroom, and it should be happening in the next couple of minutes.
Okay, unassigned, if you could let me know where you want to go, L space, Fab space, Hattie, and H Vector, or as well as Eman. I hope I have the pronunciations correct as well.
You can just assign everyone.
Cool.
Sorry, you can just start the breakouts, and we'll catch on with the people who are late.
Okay, cool.
Asma and Sam, would it be useful for me to stop sharing my screen so that, or how do you want to proceed?
No, it's useful to leave it on. I keep referring back to it for to see the room specifically.
Okay.
Okay, Adnan, Sam is creating the rooms, so she will put you automatically in room 1 with Andrew. So we have like 3 people going with Andrew, 4 people going with Naitimu. Sukaina, you have 3 people as well. Mose just added himself in room 3, and room 4 is all right. Everybody, nobody feels. I'm happy to have a conversation. We can have the mental health conversation here, Hungary, if you want. And room 5 also has Barefoot Theater joining. Is it good to go, Sam?
Yes, so I've just really assigned people to the rooms. I guess some people are struggling with the connection as well.
Okay, so everybody should have their room assigned. If you haven't, you can just react on the chat, because we still have 18 people here. So
okay, and noted with Moses. Okay. Admin wants to create one.
Yes, Mose, noted. Is everybody in the room they want to be? If you're not, just react on the chat. Okay. That's great. I think everybody is in the room they want to be in. So the conversation will just be 30 minutes.
Oh, I wasn't sure. Is everybody who's here now staying for the mental health discussion?
I don't know. I think people who are staying here are part of I think everybody who wants it to be in a conversation is in the breakouts. You have mostly the team and some hubs. And I think yeah. So it's mostly the team. So everybody's having their conversation. Sweet.
All right.
I don't know what happened with the mental health conversation. Maybe somebody joined. Yeah, I think somebody joined in. Yeah, I don't know. John Muktesi just joined and might have to go in another room.
Okay.
So yeah, if you don't mind to share
I'm
your.
going to quickly try jump into rooms.
Yeah. If you can just share your screen with the slides so people know what's going on, that would be awesome. Thanks a lot. Sweet.
Jange murabanga. Jange murabanga. Jange murabanga. Ibi every.
Mina muna ila kamini kuwa kayewa yatahuwa kuwo bembona changaine muwandi weso ndulo bemwe weso utasilawa
wana biashara ya kuni, wana biashara ya majani chai, wana biashara ya sukari, wana biashara ya socks, wana biashara ya sabuni, wana biashara ya toothpaste, wana biashara endelea kama kawaida na ache politics kwa mlango.
We're just welcoming everyone back to the forum. Nice vibes here. Yeah, only nice vibes. So while people come back to the main room, we're gonna play a little bit more of that music. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed your sessions. will come back. I don't know. Yeah, perfect. I think everyone is back from their breakout rooms. I see Sukaina does like thumbs up. Can you give like 1 to both, like not so good to 5 awesome, the session that you were in and how you like the open space? And if you want, just before we're going to break and listen more awesome music, I'd love to hear a little bit more about what happened in your session. So if you want to share a few words about what you discussed, we're just going to take like 5 minutes to share a few words about what you learned and how you enjoyed what you enjoyed about the session that you were in. And as a reminder, I don't know if we can have a screen share again of the topics that were displayed, but I can just type them in the chat. Deep innovation, Afrofuturism, modernizing that is not colonization, mental health, and anti-corruption. So either the room hosts or the participants, I would love to hear a few words about what just happened. Maybe Sukaina, you want to start?
No, because I'm not going to be talking. Arlene is.
All right.
Hi. Can you hear me? Hi. I really thought I had volunteered someone else, but here I am. Hi, friends. Our room was very lively. We talked about if we'll be able to modernize. I'm gonna leave my loud sisters. I'm sorry. If we will be able to what it looks like to modernize without coloniality. Well, first of all, we decided we don't.
Do you want me to hear you? Because we can't hear you very well.
Oh no. Okay, maybe. That's sad. Hello?
A bit of
Hello, good afternoon. This is Adeleke from Nigeria.
No one's talking. Okay, I'll break it down super quickly. So we we started off by asking the question, when did you start actually thinking about this topic specifically? And so we shared our stories with that regards. We realized that we all come from completely different areas, and so we kind of came up to the realization that whatever we do, we're going to have to work with one another to be able to move it forward. I think first, before we even started talking about all of that, we actually pinpointed that there were certain words within the topic that we didn't feel very comfortable with because they were so ingrained in coloniality. For instance, the term modernizing. And so we kind of went from, we're not modernizing, but we're growing, it's a growth. And how do we move forward growing without replicating the system of domination and exploitation? We did not come up with any solutions, but we did pose many, many questions and a lot of food for thought. And yeah, we're looking forward to more discussion later. Thank you.
Awesome, Darlene, if you want to say another word, I think someone else was unmuted while you were talking. So if you want to say thank you or complete.
Oh, I thought it was.
All right. Awesome. Anybody else wants to share? I see that Andrew in the chat says that for room 1, that was great to hear their perspectives.
Yeah. So we had a relatively small group, but it was really, really good to see, you know, the labs that in Tunisia there, and to see that, you know, one of the things we talked about a couple of things, but one of the things that really came across to me from the session is encouraging people to develop outside of necessarily the auspices of formal education, let people grow, let people create, and help them as they create. Help them with their skills. You've got to mentor them to give them the guidance as they grow. And that alone just that experience of giving them a challenge and telling them go at it without necessarily dictating how exactly to go at it will grow people. It'll grow the skill. It'll help them develop. And it's that creative spirit that I think also helps to contribute and grow the skill. And the pairing of kind of inexperienced people with more experienced people is also a really, really good thing. So I certainly, from my perspective, really learned quite a bit from the session. And there are ideas that I can take and use in my quest to try and grow the skill that we are so desperate for. You know, I work in an industry where I try and hire people and really struggle
Thanks
to
a
find
lot.
the people.
Awesome.
So,
Thank you so
yeah.
much, Andrew. Thank you so much. I just so we had like a feedback of about the colonialism session. Anybody wants to share briefly about Afrofuturism? Like it's just a couple of words really. And then we're probably going to go to a break because we're running a little bit late on time. So anything about Afrofuturism in the creative industries that wants to be shared with everyone?
Awesome. Yeah, we had an amazing chat about Afrofuturism and and shared how each of us have had an impact in basically creating this Afrofuturistic journey for ourselves and for the coming generations. And basically, it's more about taking back control and using our culture, using knowledge and different approaches, both inventive and cultural, to create a beautiful future for the coming generations. And many of our members have already done this and are already in the process of doing this, from research, participation, advocacy, using music to, share and protest, like in the SARS, what happened in the SARS and in the SARS situation, using storytelling, making sure our indigenous languages keep on continuing, basically. So teaching the children the indigenous languages, reinventing religious spaces and using African religion basically to share religion. Barefoot guys are teaching street children traditional dances and thereby continuing the African culture. Afrotopia have done the Harvest Festival that had them show images and poetry along such conversations. So there's a lot of things that people are doing. And we at Nairobi Design Week are also working towards the London Design Biennale and sharing African sounds to the world through that. So that's a rough summary.
All right, thanks a lot, Naitimu. That was really nice. I'm reading that from room 5. We now feel that we share the similar problems of corruption in Africa, and we can't fix the people or leaders that practice corruption, but we need to start by fixing the society. I see someone raising their hands. We're just gonna take one more minute and then we're gonna have to go in the break because we just need a little break. I personally need a break. And Adeleke, do you want to share something? Is it about room 4?
Yes, what I want to share is all about Afrofuturism. To me, this revolution started a long time ago, but it started with Fela Anikulapo Kuti. I'm talking from Lagos, Nigeria, and I'm also an ethnomusicologist and a musicologist from the Department of Music Technology, Federal Polytechnic in Laro. So Afrofuturism is for we Africans to develop our own writing, our own notation, because the notation we have is just the Western style, the staff notation, and we have a lot of limitation in some of the way for our research, because if you want to write for some local instruments, they are not actually on they can't meet up on the stage. So the box notation style that is being developed for Africa is very important that we develop that style properly, because for Africans to have their own way of writing. Hello, can you hear me?
That's a really powerful message. Thanks a lot, Adeleke. Thanks a lot for sharing. I see other people reacting. Yes, but what do you think? The colonial definition, that is ethnomusicology, and Adrian sharing about the Nairobi Design Week to connect with African designer. Ebenezer about storytelling that strengthens African heritage and value for problem solving. So there is a lot of topics going on, and I remind you that we have another 30 minutes open space slot after the break, where you can either go deeper in the topics that you have already selected, or we're going to harvest a new marketplace if you have other topics that emerge during the conversation that you want to explore a bit further. And now I'm just going to hand to Sukaina for the break. Africa Day celebration, yeah.
Thank you, Esma. And I'm actually going to hand it over to Greg, who's going to introduce a lovely video in a second. And we'll see you guys back in say 15 minutes. Take a little break, walk around, have a glass of water, pee pee poo poo, do what you got to do, and see you back here in 15. That would be yeah, it's nearly 2, 3, or 4 wherever you are. So 2:15, 3:15, or 4:15 wherever you are. See you in a second.
Thank you, and once again, I welcome you to enjoy the sounds from Studio Bangatronics.
How are you? Greetings from Bangatronics family and studio, right here in Nairobi, Kenya. My name is Udulele. Our music director, Kiunga 1 and 2 album, courtesy of African Crossroads Festivals. It is my honor and pleasure to connect with you again. A year since we met in Mombasa, and we all know that 2020 came with one of the strangest challenges that we have ever seen in our life. But we are so grateful that we managed to navigate our way through it and made a wonderful album, actually continuation of the first Kiunga album, produced in Mombasa last year. And this time we managed to feature some of the wonderful artists from Morocco, Shebrana. We had Sandra Subi from Uganda, our magical Michelle Ongara from Kenya, and many more wonderful artists within the East African region. And to start you off, I want to take you to the coastal part of Lamu. Lamu, for those who don't know, is one of the beautiful islands in Kenya, and we are so proud of it. Lamu tamu, Lamu tamu, I'm sailing down Lamu tamu. Lamu tamu, Lamu tamu, I'm sailing down Lamu tamu. Toka manda kipungani, matondoni adike wayu. Toka manda kipungani, matondoni adike wayu. tamu, I'm sailing down Lamu tamu. Lamu tamu, Lamu tamu, I'm sailing down Lamu tamu. Mararani nyuma ya shela, Bwana Dugu Ipemboko. Mararani nyuma ya shela, Bwana Dugu Ipemboko. Thank you, Michelle. That's Michelle on guitar. Thank you so much. Thank you, Michelle. Very, very magical. Yeah, I love that. Afrika nauliza, viongozi tuliwacha wapi mila zetu? Tuliwacha wapi viongozi wanatuuza jamani? Afrika nauliza, viongozi tuliwacha wapi mila zetu? Tuliwacha wapi viongozi wanatuuza jamani? Ufisadi, ukabila, uporaji wa mali ya umma limetia zizi bara letu. Ufisadi, ukabila, uporaji wa mali ya umma limetia zizi bara letu. Mwananchi tuwe rada, Afrika nauliza, viongozi tuliwacha wapi mila zetu? Tuliwacha wapi viongozi wanatuuza jamani? Afrika nauliza, viongozi tuliwacha wapi mila zetu? Tuliwacha wapi viongozi wanatuuza jamani? Afrika nauliza, viongozi tuliwacha wapi mila zetu, tuliwacha wapi viongozi wanatuuza jamani we. Thank you so much. This is one of the songs that I wrote a few weeks ago, and I think the song was inspired by what's happening, especially in the African countries. There's been a lot of leaders just grabbing public resources without caring, and I think it's a high time as people to take responsibility and be charged, and don't just let people lead us do things and we just talk and we don't do anything. Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you very much for joining us for yet another day. And the instrument that Udulele has been playing is called Nyatiti. It comes from Kenya, but there's a lot of that kind of instrument around East Africa, but it's one of the instruments that is not being used as much, and young people don't find it so much fun or popular, and therefore part of the work in Bengatronics is to reintroduce some of these instruments, to resample them into the music, to integrate it into electronic sounds, but to also interest young people in their culture. And yesterday, one of the conversations was colonialism demonized some of these spirituality instruments that accompanied our music. And if we're going to reimagine the Pan-African dream, one way is to imagine these instruments into the future. And this is exactly what we're trying to do. As you continue to enjoy your break, I'm going to hand you over to Samantha, who's going to play you some more music, because we are all about staying entertained. And later on, we have Thomas Mapfumo. Please, if you have friends who've never seen this guy perform live, let them know that he will be in the house later today. And also, we have Michelle Ongaro, who is a part of Kiunga 1 and 2, and you've just seen him back up with Udulele coming back later. Cheers and see you soon. Samantha. We like the sounds of Kiunga One. This is Kiunga Two, not Kiunga One. And this is Ebrana from Morocco collaborating with artists from East Africa and sampling instruments from Ethiopia.
Hello, everyone. Are we back? Are we ready to rumble? We good, we good, we good. Can we have the cameras on for a second and maybe have a little wiggle of the hands? There we go. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Welcome back, everyone. I hope your break has been good to you and that you've been good to yourself during that break. So we are now going to get back into the open sessions here in the forum. But before we do that, I'm just going to let you know what's happening on the other spaces if you want to check them out. In stories, there's the Hub meetup. So if you want to go there, the link is on the chat, or it should be any minute now. And in sound exhibition, Greg will be in discussion with Thomas Mapfumo and Udolele to share stories on reimagining the Pan-African dream. Let me just check. Can we have the links posted on the chat so people can access them? Bear with us 1 second. And then Asma, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. So for those of you who want to continue having the conversation, Feelway is just going to put up the slides again. And so you can either put again the topic that you already talked about or another one. So we will again have 45 minutes for a conversation. I'm posting the slides if you lost the link, the presentation for sharing. So Refilwe, if you want to give again a little quick explanation about how it rolls and the breakouts, just to refresh, that would be awesome.
Sure. Absolutely, Asma, and thank you so much. And welcome back, everyone. So, I mean, actually what I want to do is just invite you all to just take a deep breath, right? Just take a deep breath in and ground yourself in wherever you are at, wherever you are coming in today. Yeah, if you're unmuting so that we can hear the sounds of where you're coming in from, that's actually okay for this deep breath and just ground yourself, right? Like just being conscious. Ooh, yes. And your sitting bones, wherever you're at. What's coming up for you? What is the question, the reflection, the thing that you explore in this session together? Just listen to that, what it is. Maybe it's something that was inspired from a previous session. Maybe it's something from yesterday that came up. Maybe it's something that's been on your mind and your heart, in your body for the last couple of months even. Let's share that. Let's invite ourselves and each other and give ourselves room in these Zoom rooms to think about what those questions are. So at this point in time, I'm inviting us all, right? Whatever's sitting on top of your mind, to just have a question, a topic, a challenge. We're inviting you to explore with each other something in these rooms. So if something is really coming up for you, listen to that, right? Like, because it may be something that we all want to discuss. Just again, a reminder around the law of mobility. And you different rooms to really see and be in a place where you feel that you can contribute the most and where you can learn the most. And if the space where you're at is not where you're learning or not where you're contributing, then feel free, move around with the law of mobility. Remember, this is a fun process for you, so remain engaged. And I think there were already some topics that were coming up, so if people want to share them already, there was some decolonization, some ethnomusicology versus musicology. There were some fire statements that were made in the chats. So those are things that we can definitely discuss in the rooms. Does everybody have access to do this? Do I need to Hey, we already have a topic. Nice. I'm seeing 2 coming up. So like the previous session, what we will do here is we're going to just sort of take a few moments to just get the topics ready via the different rooms. And if it's only 1 or 2 rooms, that's absolutely fine, right? Like, let's just listen to what is happening in the space and for us. And then what we're going to then ask you to do is please rename yourself according to the room that you want to go into, so that Sam can put you into that room and you can really engage on those kind of topics that you want to engage on. So I see in room 8, we have presence and truth to self. Hey, Ebenezer. This is such a hectic topic, but yes, let's go there. Let's go there. Okay, so presence and truth to self. There's also someone trying to type in room 1. And if you're struggling to type, perhaps maybe we can assist if someone wants to share in the chat. Would that work, Asma?
Yes, perfect, of course.
If folks have trouble accessing the link. Yeah. So maybe write your topic in the chat and then we can copy and paste it here if you're having difficulty trying to write it in the room. So thanks, Ebenezer, for your room suggestion. A reminder that this can also be some continuations from the previous topics that we had around Afrofuturism, developing tech capabilities on the continent, anti-corruption methodologies. There were a couple of things that came up, proposing alternative ways for modernizing and mental health. So, you know, if you want to continue those conversations, we can definitely do that as well. Hey, what's happening? Is it a Friday? I think that we need to. I'm like, there's one room. Are we all going to discuss this presence and truth to self? We can do that. We can do that.
Sounds like it.
And if there's other things that are coming up, we can also do that. So whilst we quickly reflect on that, is there something in the chat, Asma?
Nothing in the chat. So it feels like Ebenezer seduced everyone with her topic because nobody wants. Oh, all right. Mose is proposing to invite Adeleke and Olusegun to a room to talk about this thing. Suspense. All right, so it looks like we're gonna have 2 rooms, which is very easy. So perhaps, Sam, you can already start to create room 1, where you can send Adeleke, Olusegun, and Mose. And in the other room, which will be basically we can have it in the main room, as simple as that. Ebenezer, feel free to. All right. So in the chat, Refilwe, we have room 1, redefining African knowledge for the future. And then room 2, presence and truth to self.
Okay. All right, awesome. This is really, really great. So we're going to have 2 rooms. So please, can you rename yourself again, right? Do that either in the list of participants, just by clicking there, and you can rename yourself there, or on the 3 little dots in your little box, and you can rename yourself by the room that you want to go to. A reminder, room 1 is redefining African knowledge for the future. And that's going to be with Adeleke and Olusegun. Was there somebody else? Was there Moses? Did I hear correctly as well? Who are going, the 3 co-facilitating that?
Perhaps, Refilwe, just as a suggestion, we can probably just create 1 room for redefining African knowledge for future and leave the discussion of Ebenezer here in the main room, so we have even less complication. Everybody who wants to join this very deep topic can go on. So
fire. Okay, great. So in this room we're at, we'll have presence and truth to self with Ebenezer, right? So if you're going to another room, then you just need to say room 1. Is that correct?
Correct. And Sam, you just you can just create the room 1 for the redefining African knowledge.
Fantastic. So whilst we do that, and whilst people are renaming themselves, sorry, Asma, I think I just interrupted you. My bad. I just wanted to go through the meeting agreement. No, sorry, the open space principles once again, just so for I'm going to take that side.
Refilwe, I'm not sure.
Proceed. I hope. Okay, so
I think we're losing Refilwe a little bit.
Oh no.
We're losing you, Refilwe, so I'm just going to jump in. Barefit 1, room 1, and
okay.
Room 2 is forum.
Asma or Refilwe, could you remind us how we can go from one to the other? Do we just come back to the forum and then we'll be reassigned?
Yes, very, very easy. You come back, there is just 2 rooms and there is just 1 breakout room. So the conversation of room 2 is happening in the forum. And if you want to go to room 1, you just type it in the chat and Sam will send you to the breakout.
Okay, ready when you are.
Sam, are you ready with room 1?
Yes, room 1 is ready.
Perfect. So you can send everyone to room 1. Darlene also wants to go to room 1.
All set.
And Ebenezer, whenever you want to start the conversation, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I say good morning. It is morning here in Argentina. So good afternoon or good evening to you, wherever you may be. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to suggest a topic, and thank you for liking the topic. Well, I said presence and truth to self, because we are here talking about Africa, more like from the perspective and the outlook of Africans. So one question that is usually very important is to know, who am I? Who are we? Definitely, there are many of us that were born outside the African soil. Many people left African soil while very young, and for the most of their lives, they grew up in other cultures, and many of them were not exposed to the indigenous languages, the food, and many other things. And there is this longing for the Africa that you are told you came from. So some of these people, I've met them here in Argentina, and when I was in India too, they are kind of lost and in between. They really wish to go back to the African country, but they don't know when or for how long. And they have this misplacement, this loss of connection. And then again, many of them are told, or they see in the news different things about Africa that are not too good. And then they don't really want to go and experience that part of Africa. And some of them are willing to go back to Africa to, sorry for the background noise. Hello, children, please take care. All right, so some of them are willing to go back to Africa to recreate it in such a way to look close to where they have or where they grew up. So that is why I felt let us talk about presence and truth to self, to take care of these discrepancies of where we are now, who we see ourselves to be, and what we think our Africa should be. So please let us all discuss from all our experiences. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ebenezer. It's actually a topic that resonates a lot with me. I don't know if it was just for me or for other people, but you were cutting sometimes, so it would be amazing if you could just type in the chat a couple of questions that you raised that are like super, super important. How I understand what you're sharing is where is home, right? Where is home, and how do we like navigate identities when your connection to the land or to lands is so is so disrupted or mixed or are not very clear, because you have an adopted land and a one that you see as the motherland, but you don't really belong to, so you're kind of everywhere and nowhere, which is also how I feel deeply. Like I've been a digital nomad for 5 years, and it's it's sort of amazing because you get to meet a lot of people and travel and enrich with a lot of cultures, but on the process you also lose this connection to the land and to country and to customs and culture and everything that you find by being present for a long time and for many generations in the same place. I don't know if this resonates with anyone else, but yeah, thanks very much for bringing that up. At home or in the diaspora, the presence. Is anybody feeling at home and wants to share about what at home means for them?
I can hop in. I didn't understand the title of the topic in that sense. I didn't really associate it with home as being a physical or a geographical space, but more because it was followed with truth to self. It was more like, this is your home, and whatever this is confronted with, then it's affected, and so your home changes accordingly. Having studied abroad, lived and grew up in Morocco, studied abroad, came back, kind of got cultural shock from my own culture, which is such a mind beep. And then later traveling around the continent a little bit, and then going back to where I studied. It was just my home, as in this, kind of lost its way, if for lack of a better term, in the sense that what I associated as my truth all of a sudden made no sense, and still kind of doesn't to this day, especially the more you kind of research what's going on, what's happened, why we're where we're at. It just kind of builds up and up and up and up. And I actually wanted to put one of the topics in as well, and I didn't know how to formulate it. And then when I read your topic, I thought, oh, this kind of associates. For me, it's kind of like, how do you disassociate your rage with everything that's happened and still happening, and create a space of resolution within yourself to be able to move forward or to move to wherever you want to move to, if that makes sense. So I wouldn't say that home is a geographical space. I think home is the mental state of mind that's been severely muddled and still continues to be.
Yeah, right. More or less, we are already like global citizens for many of us, but we really desire that where we live and the things that are obtainable where we live, we can also have access to it in our home countries. Otherwise, there are many people that really wish to go back home, but when they think of the too many things they're going to lose, they cannot move all the things they're enjoying at the place they are right now to the same home, because the systems maybe do not permit or do not support, or there are no favorable conditions to allow such expansion. And there are many people who are still in this home of Africa that desire to move out. Yes, we have a right to migration, like we already said here. If you don't like who you are, you can change your posture, change your position. But then there is somewhere within us that we desire that Africa be as such, and we long to see when will this be. So sometimes it's frustrating when you know how many things can be possible without sweating it. But when you get back to the home country, the systems do not permit it, as it were. So the question always comes back to how long will it take for us to get to where we really desire to get to. The movie Wakanda is a very good example of trying to show in a little way what we are capable of, but we are not seeing it happen. That was one reason I typed in the other session to say decolonization may be like a waste of effort. We should embrace all we have. You traveled from Morocco to Rome and across the world. You change over time, embracing some good things you like, trying to remove some and replace some of the things you think are not too good. But then you become something else, which may be very good to benefit Morocco, for example. But if the systems really permits you to give expression to all of these things. So that's why I'm like the dichotomy of who you are, your true self, and compared to the present you want to make in the home country. Yeah. So I think there are a lot of people with experience here who I wish they should speak. Thank you.
Decolonization is a waste of time. Yeah, like it's, I don't know, like to be honest, it's really, it's a question that structures my whole life, or like a dilemma that structures my whole life. And I agree a lot with you, Sukaina, when you say that it's like home is this, like this body. But what I came to realization by spending more time in nature and like all this roaming around a lot is that when I say the connection to the land, like the actual connection to the land where you are, the plants, and I know this is going to resonate with you, but the plants, the nature, the sky, like the trees, like all these things, they're actually part of like this home. And it can be your motherland that you actually resonate with, because by being in the environment and in the nature, there is a vibration that happens within yourself that you can't explain, which is why it makes you feel home. But you can also have it in other lands that can become like your adopted, that can help you construct like your new adopted self, or not adopted, but evolving self. The land that supports you is home. Yeah. So I don't know where my home is. Sometimes I say I have many homes, and sometimes I say, yeah, Morocco is my home, is where I was born, but like I'm constantly trying to escape it, right? So again, I know this this resonates a lot. And global citizen, or I think there is this term of Afropolitan that I find very interesting to qualify global citizen, but from Africa. That is quoted. I will find you the person who came up with this concept. And yeah, that kind of applies to us a little bit. Torn. Refil, where I see you, like, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, I can jump in. I mean, for me, I suppose as a somatic practitioner and someone who works very deeply with the body, home is in my body, right? Which means that you can navigate the world in such a way that you're always home. But what does that mean when your body is politicized, right? Like, what does that mean when your body is, you know, a Black or brown body in a very sort of like white patriarchal or woman body, right? Or like, what do these things mean? Or even an older body, or a body that's classified as disabled, or how do we navigate these spaces? And I think that for me is like a very interesting question, because, and then also like, how do you navigate that when there's violations on the body on a daily basis, and just walking about in the world, in your body, in your home, is constantly a space of deep and intense pain. So then how do we think about futures, right? Like, how do we think about like futures that are inclusive and expansive and all of that? which is kind of like a deviation, I suppose. But like for me, like that's that question, right, of like the truth of self. And Baldwin, James Baldwin sort of speaks about home being an irrevocable state of mind. And I think that that's really what is home for me at this point in time. Because Africa is like Africas, right? Like I always speak of Africas in like the plural. I feel like there's many that exist at the same time in different localities, like not even geographically on this like little triangular type space. So I really just think that home is so expansive, but it also has to have room for us to evolve. And as we grow and change and learn different things, for that home to also change. But at the same time needs to be a place that is deeply comforting, because there need to be spaces where we feel comfort. There need to be spaces where we feel joy, and where we feel just deeply at home. So that's my little 2 cents. Sukaina.
I wanted to bring a thing that came up in the open session that we had before, when we were talking about proposing an alternative way of modernizing / growing that's not ingrained in coloniality. Mose had mentioned, he said African bodies became a shock absorber to the paradigm that's currently existing. So if we're looking at home being in the body, then home is a shock absorber. And if you kind of draw that as a parallel to a geographical home, I guess that's kind of what it's supposed to do. Home, it's supposed to be a shock absorber, it's supposed to be a safe haven. But when all of a sudden it's your body and it's being used as the shock absorber, it messes with you, I suppose. It kind of stalls you and it stops you in your tracks constantly, which is great because you're constantly, reevaluating yourself and so on and so forth. But you're moving at a tiny, 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 ridiculously small rate, while the rest of the world is just zooming past because they're not being politicized or bombarded by false narratives or borders or whatnot. I just wanted to add that little food for thought.
Ebenezer, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, that's so big one. It's huge. Because if the body becomes the shock absorber, we end up creating somatic memories, which cannot be forgotten. And most of the time, we even translate or transfer them genetically to our children, to the generation coming. Beyond genetic transfer, we end up telling them stories about our experiences and everything, and they keep carrying it on and on. And that's why I want to say it again, that decolonization may be a waste of time, because every generation we keep referring to, oh, we were colonized, we were colonized. It happened, it has happened, as unfortunately as it may be, but it changed us to become a new kind of people. So how do we run with this newness? How do we use it to our own advantage? Not that, like, there was a group I joined yesterday and we were talking about conflict resolution. And everything played out more like the way it is in Africa. The king did not want to be punished. The king was asserting that he had immunity, and the other lover should be punished while he should be set free, and the mediators were going back and forth. So that's why we see people want to perpetuate themselves in government. They don't want to leave. They feel that other people cannot do it. If they would leave, they want to anoint another person to replace them. And when we talk about, I said, the land that supports us is home. So many of us, when we leave the real home and we get outside there, and we're able to manifest and express and achieve, that is when you see your name popping up back in your home country, celebrating you. One happened in my state. The girl is in the USA and she did very brilliantly, and the governor quickly identified with her. And someone on Twitter, they started lambasting the governor. You never contributed to our education, you didn't contribute to our success. but you are quick to identify with her now that she is striving outside home. So these things keep happening. It happened in the time of my father. It's happening to me right now. And this way, it keeps happening. My own children grow up and they're like, I don't even want to go back to Nigeria, for instance. I have nephews in Canada who are already speaking about what's happening in Nigeria. They don't want to go back. So all these things create conflict of self. But for as many of us that we're able to know ourselves, and we do not really bother too much to dwell on this dichotomy or these discrepancies, then we can forge ahead and move on in life. I am someone that kept saying, I can't leave Nigeria for too long. I'm always inclined to Nigeria. I want to go back. I want to give back. But recently, especially with this COVID, it's changing. I'm meant to be in Argentina for 2 years now. It's going to 3 years because of the lockdown. It's now like 8 months here. And my employer is calling me back to say, return to your work or face disciplinary action. Did I cause COVID? No, I think I did not. But they are playing by the book, which is normal. But where is the empathy? Where is the compassion? The salary has been stopped for like 8 months. But the government here, where I do not belong, I'm not their citizen, they are supporting me. And they say, do not go to work, not just me, every one of us, don't go to work. And they kept paying the salary. Yes, they extended the already finished fellowship by another year or until the COVID pandemic is over. But my whole country is like I went into space and I'm left there. But my truth to self and my desire for my nation, that all the things I've learned here, I want to give back to my university, train my students and transfer knowledge, transfer skill. That is pulling me back. So now when the home becomes my body and I'm feeling that I am, but if I make any success here, quickly my university, my nation will say a Nigerian, blah, 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 had this breakthrough, discovered this, discovered that. So that is why I said, well, the present where I am, Argentina, of the present where my mind is, Nigeria, and the truth to self. Where's the future for Africa? Because I know this happened to many of us. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for sharing. I don't know if you hear me well because it's pouring rain. It might be strong in the background. I'm just sharing here a few resources. I don't know if you know Bayo Akomolafe, who's also Nigerian, an amazing thinker on the topic and on somatics. Wait. Do you hear me better with earphones? Okay, cool. Sound of the rain is great. Yeah, it's the monsoon here. Talking about a powerful land with powerful nature, Australia is quite interesting. There is this beautiful quote that I discovered, but somehow I cannot find the book where it comes from. So I wonder how true it is. But it's a quote from a writer that I really love, Najib Mahfouz, who's Egyptian, and says that home is not where you are born. Home is where all your attempts to escape cease, which I find interesting related to the place. I'll type it here.
Say it again, Asma.
Home is not where you're born. Home is where all your attempts. Oh my God, my English is gone. So home is not where you are born. It is where all your attempts to escape cease. So I don't really know where's home for me then.
When we stop running, I think we are home.
I think that this saying connects to every young person in Nigeria at the moment, because a good number of us want to leave this country because it has no hope for us at the moment. We've tried to end in SARS and We don't seem to get much and all that. So I strongly connect to this saying to a very large extent, because home is actually all the young people I've been working with are trying to run away right now. So thank you for this wonderful saying. I'm going to share it with my network. Thank you.
Thank you. For anyone who's joining on the way, we're having a conversation, an open space conversation that was suggested by Ebenezer Ajayi on truth and, all right, I'm just looking at the right formulation. Presence and truth to self, and questions about home and identity and migration. I'm actually on this topic, I'm quite familiar or like touched with what's happening in Nigeria, because one of my partners, a partner of mine from actual collaboration grant of HIVOS, is Nigerian, and we together we've been like reflecting and creating this platform to host stories and creations from what I call cross-cultural kids. So it's called like CCK Studio. Cross-cultural kids is basically people like us who are like at the intersection of like different identities of home, or of different types of identities really, and cannot really find themselves still in a specific place or sector or time also. So yeah, I'm very happy that this conversation came to emergence and that I had the opportunity to participate to it, because yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, it's something that it's a conversation that we continue. But then somewhere within us, we want to give back to our homeland. We want to see it become better. We want to see systems working and not redundant. But then our problems are deep. But they're not unsurmountable, hopefully. We have seen many people who trained outside and they are invited to come over and take up one organization or parastatal. But when they get there, I don't still understand what happens to them. They become redundant. There was a professor who trained in China in additive manufacturing, and he was invited to come back to head one section. I never knew there is a ministry for what additive manufacturing in Nigeria. And I was in a conversation with a fellow who is taking care of future of additive manufacturing in Africa. And he was telling me all this. And he said the facilities are there. And the facility is even provided by the World Bank, for example, situated beside a polytechnic. And the students in this polytechnic, inside the polytechnic, yeah, in the space of the polytechnic, not beside. But the students in the polytechnic do not know that they have such facilities. And the facility, some of them are working fine, some of them, one part is broken. But the idea is they are sitting on a gold mine. They have all these things to be trained. Like in the session we had already this morning, we were talking about just empowering these people, empowering ourselves with skills, not really just by letters or for the certificate or for the knowledge, to be, to do, and to have. Everybody is smart. All you do is empower them and give them the enabling environment. They will give expression to 1,001 things that they can do. But when you have facilities, you have opportunities, and you lock them up, and you don't allow people to access them, or you assess them, but you give limitations. You limit them by fund, you limit them by support, you limit them by availability of electricity, you limit them by kind of comfortable life. Then nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. We'll just be counting projects, and tomorrow a similar project will come up again, and then we put it down. But it's not translating to anything. So beyond the walls of school, there are many people holding certificates in Africa, I can bet that. There was a time you have a BSc, yeah, you're a king. Then it turned to a time BSc is not enough. Every household has it. It's now masters. Now it is PhD. And among the PhD people, everybody is contesting to say, I've done one postdoc, I have done two, I have done three. There are many nations that have gone past these stages before. But now people are here with technical certificate and they are doing wondrous things. People holding technical certificate are the ones manufacturing or inventing some of these things that we are spending lots of money to say, I have it, I have it. And beyond acquisition, are we deploying them to use them to make the economy better, to turn around the story and everything? So I think Africa has to wake up to be true to ourselves as a nation. Sometimes I read that Ghana invited people, Ghanaians from outside, and gave them some break so that they can come back to Ghana and invest. Indians send back their money as Indians are brought to India. Nigerians do the same, but the systems are not really permitting these things to show or to show impact. So it's a lot, and it's deep. But so thank you everyone that has contributed. Let's try to remain true to ourselves, and we should not forget our home countries. Someday Africa will rise again. Thank you.
I just want to add.
Someday soon.
That's so beautiful. Thank you. Go ahead, Sukaina.
And I almost don't want to, but it's so true and we can't forget it. It's that our countries can't forget us either. And that's where that disassociation with a geographical place starts for me. It's like I've been stranded. I spent COVID in South Africa. I went there for a residency, an artist residency, and it was supposed to be 5 weeks long. I ended up spending 8 months. The embassy did absolutely nothing to help. Nothing. Nothing. And I wasn't the only one there. There was quite a few of us. And the conversations that we have, it just seriously feels like you're completely abandoned. And you're like, but hold on, we pay our tax. We invest in our country. We help it to grow. We do this, we do that. And at the end, and it's not that you do expect something in return. Because voilà. So sorry, I didn't want to end it on a sad note. I feel like I did.
No, it's not a sad note. It's like reality. We need to talk about it. It's not a sad note. It's empowering, like to say we also want something back, like, because we are the one who create our countries. Like we are the one who create the systems. So there is a back and forth. Jump in. We still have a couple of minutes before everyone comes back.
I don't know if we're the ones who actually created the systems that are put in place. They've been left behind, which is why I find it really interesting when you say decolonization is a waste of time. I get that. Maybe for us, like internally, it's time for us to just kind of go like, you know what, accept it, embrace it, move on. But in terms of the systems in place, there still needs to be some serious decolonization for us to be able to grow it into what we would like for it to be. And until we do that, we'll continuously just be biting our tails, basically chasing something that doesn't exist.
One reason someone defined SARS in Nigeria as saying no to social acrimony and redundant systems. The systems are there existing on paper. They are redundant. They only implement it when it's going to pay whoever is playing the music. And once that is gone, that is all. Or they use it to go after you if they are really interested to block you from making the next step. We are young. We have the youth population, and we should do that. We should handle that rightly to make Africa a good place. Yeah.
Yeah, and about that, like Sukaina, I totally agree that we didn't create the systems. We are creating this. We are creating the new systems that we want, and so this is like where the friction happens, and when where we need to like think differently. And about, I just read this amazing book called Sand Talk, basically how indigenous thinking can save the world, and it's fantastic. It's by an Australian indigenous Aboriginal man called Tyson Yunkaporta. I'm putting it in the chat. And in terms of like books on system thinking is one of the best that I've read, like hands-on, because it's not what we can, how we can, the old way of thinking, or like the colonial way, how can we give space to indigenous culture to express themselves? No, it's actually how can we reshape the whole systems to be more fluid and creative and collective and collaborative and feminine and sacred and connected to the land, and all these different like big paradigm that are like super important and that completely need to be shifted. And even Zoom land is indigenous land. I love that. I love the Zoom land. I think Refillway, that's one of the most amazing quote. I do have to put back my facilitator hat, even though I'm like super enjoying this conversation. System functions by the definition given by the people. Just to be able to change the system, we need to understand the need to engage in the system. That's a very deep reflection. Omololu, thanks a lot for sharing. Sam, I don't know if the people from the breakout rooms are back.
We are
I
back.
could answer that.
Oh, you're back. Okay. So I would like to thank my breakout room, which happened in the forum. That was amazing. Thanks to Ebenezer. And maybe like we did in the previous session, take like 2 minutes for each of the session to share a little bit what the main lines and the main topics that we discussed. Refillway, I don't know if you want to add anything for the feedback and the harvest. All good.
Yeah. I think it would be really great to hear from the different groups. Ebenezer, maybe you want to share from this group. One as well. We also want to hear from you. So many exciting.
Dr. Thomas, it's always.
I think we're having some feedback. Great, thank you. They're a reminder that there is a harvest. So if you do want to keep on inputting things there, sharing knowledge together, let's keep on doing that. Asma's going to repost the harvest link so you can see some of the links to the books, the quotes, these amazing things that you have shared and things that you're thinking about. This is a live document for us that we can keep on going back to. So
thank
maybe
you,
we start.
Refillway.
Group one, is there somebody who'd like to share from your side? It can be the group sort of host, or it can be somebody else, as you wish. Olusegun?
Olusegun is here.
Professor Moses, please.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'll take it. I'll take the mic. So we talked about the problem that we often overlook when we talk about knowledge. The future of Africa, the future of the world is knowledge, knowledge production. But who produces knowledge for Africa? We don't usually talk about that. And also triggered by the chat that we're having earlier, who defines knowledge? Who defines what we learn, what we teach, what we read, what we produce? And so that epistemic question, we just check, even we are defined by other people. So Barefit, I think they did a very interesting intervention there to ask, so who is an African? And they're saying it's a very, very important question. But again, let's make sure that we're not abdicating the right to define ourselves, because whoever defines rules. And so be it the music that you are producing, we have been extroverted and alienated from ourselves to the degree that we've accepted these primitivizing definitions like ethnomusicology, ethnobotany, ethnophilosophy, ethno-this, which means that Africans have been defined, redefined to be subhumans. There's musicology, which is the music of the Western Europe and North America. That's music. Everything else is sub. To the degree that if you listen to Mafumos Mbira playing today, that Mbira instrument has been called by ethnomusicologists a thumb piano. It's not a piano. It's not a thumb piano. It's like calling a piano a finger Mbira. That does not make sense.
Thank you so much, Mose.
Out of existence. That's the problem.
Thank you so much. I just have to be mindful with time because the conversation is so rich and amazing. So we'll just leave it there, and perhaps we can keep the conversation ongoing in the chat. If the other group wants to share, again, just very briefly, 1 minute, the main headlines. It's quite interesting because we had actually Mose and Olusegun, we kind of had similar conversation, but more linked to home and to where we are. And you went to the music. So I don't know if someone from the forum wants to share a couple of words and how it links with this before we move to the closing of this beautiful day. Arifilwe, perhaps you want to share a few words about what happened in Forum 1?
Sure. I'll just quickly. So we discussed a whole lot of things in Forum 1 around presence and truth to self. And a lot of the discussion circled around home and belonging and what it means to be at home. And what our homes also offer us, right? So there was some talk of sort of home being in our bodies and somatic memories and what that means for future generations and how we share knowledge and histories and memory, but also how particular memories then evolve and those traumas are reproduced in future generations. There was also some sharing from a previous group around African bodies being a shock absorber. So what that means, what does that mean for how we navigate space and the world? There were some beautiful quotes that were shared. I want to just re-utter them because for those in the back of the room as well, home is not where you were born. Home is where all your attempts to escape seas by Naguib Mahfouz. And there were a few amazing reads that were shared. So all of this is in the Harvest, which is also shared in the chat, and you can definitely go and check that out and continue to contribute to that as well. As a way of closing, I just want to thank all of you for showing up for yourselves and showing up for this incredible conversations. Remember some of the principles that we spoke about. This ends when it ends. So if it keeps on evolving in other ways, that's absolutely fine. Everybody who's there is supposed to be there. And we just really thank you for sharing space with us. Asma and all the organizing team and everyone in the background doing the breakout rooms. I just want to give a personal shout out and deep gratitude for the work that you're doing. These things don't happen in isolation. There are people making this happen. So deep gratitude for everybody who's involved and for all of us showing up for ourselves. Have a beautiful rest of the day for me. And I will be jamming with everybody.
Thank you so much, Refilwe. It was amazing to co-facilitate it with you. I will give the mic back to Sukaina. I think we're also waiting for, or like other people are joining us back, right?
Yeah, I think so. We're still waiting for a few people to join. What I suggest is we all get up and have another little stretch while the others join us. So maybe just take a couple of minutes and stretch. And yeah. So thank you, Esma and Refilwe, so much for this open session. It's been very, very interesting. A lot of food for thought, a lot of interesting questions posed, and a lot of very, very interesting statements and comments being shared. Definitely took loads of notes that kind of don't look like notes, but they truly, really are. And looking forward to researching all of this further and connecting with you guys in person after the conference. Yeah, now we are going to have a little performance, and I'm gonna pass the word on to Greg, who will introduce the performance for us. Thanks, Greg.
Hello, everybody. Wow, what a day. And we're coming to the very end of this day. I'm doing well, and I hope you're well wherever you are. And Michelle Ongaro, are you in the house? If Michelle, you're in the house, just unmute and say hello.
Maybe he hasn't made it yet. I don't see him in the participants.
I saw somebody with a phone called Michi's phone.
Is there Richie?
Michi. I am hoping that he's not having trouble connecting, but he was going to join us at a time like this. I haven't been able to see him, but I want to introduce to you Michelle Ongaro. And Michelle Ongaro is a Kenyan musician, multi-instrumentalist, music arranger, and one of the most gifted musicians that I've ever encountered. And he was with us in Mombasa for Kiunga 1, and we also invited him to collaborate on Kiunga 2. And he recorded a small performance for us here. He recorded a small performance for us today, which I'm going to share with you. And in addition to that, he continues to be one of our biggest advisors on a genre of music that we call Benga music. I'm inviting you to celebrate the performance of Michelle Ongaro.
Now I'm going to invite some of one of the wonderful artists that we work with during Kiunga 2 album. His name is Michelle Ongaro, and he will take you to the other parts of the continent. Asanteni sana.
mbele baraka nitelecha changamka lelelelele dakika ni sasa enda mbele sasa furahi sasa ndio sasa angalia mbele baraka nitelecha changamka lelelelele dakika ni sasa enda mbele sasa furahi sasa ndio sasa ganga kesho yako hatimani yako imani iwe nguzo yako jipe moyo dada kaka wewe pia lalewa utachelewa ganga kesho yako hatimani yako imani iwe nguzo yako jipe moyo dada kaka wewe pia lalewa utachelewa yalopita yameshapita tuyawaze haliyo sasa sukuma Historia inatujenga isije tufanya wajinga. Sukuma mama, sukuma, kaza kamba usije toka hata wale wakitoroka. Sukuma, sukuma, tuseme kwa sauti moja tuji toe kwa roho moja. Sukuma, oh sukuma. Matarajio na ndoto kibao, ondoka ukafuate. Panda mbegu wewe, Rabana yunaweza, shikilia imani yako. Matarajio na ndoto kibao, ondoka ukafuate. Panda mbegu wewe, Rabana yunaweza, shikilia imani yako. Tamaduni njema usitupe nyuma, valia nidhamu mwenzangu. Wimbo wako uwea, yote unaweza, zawadi zitakufuata. Tamaduni njema usitupe nyuma, valia nidhamu mwenzangu. Wimbo wako uwe, ya yote unaweza, zawadi zitakufuata. Yanopita yameshapita, tuyawaze aliyo sasa. Sukuma, sukuma, historia inatujenga isije tufanya wajinga. Sukuma mama, sukuma, kaza kamba usije toka hata wale wakitoroka. Sukuma, sukuma, tuseme kwa yameshapita, tuyawaze aliyo sasa. Sukuma, sukuma, yanopita yameshapita, tuyawaze aliyo sasa. Sukuma mama, sukuma, yalopita yameshapita, tuyawaze aliyo sasa. Sukuma, sukuma, historia inatujenga isije tufanya wajinga. Sukuma mama, sukuma. moja nikiwa njiani nikitembea, nilikutana na rafiki wangu wa chekechea. Akanipa salamu, nikampa salamu, tukawa sote ni kutabasamu. Miaka mingi imepita hatujapatana, tulikuwa watoto sasa tunalea wana. Siku ni nyingi sana, matukio mengi sana, tuketi mahali tujikumbushe ya jana. Mgahawani tulikwenda kuagiza tunachopenda, ni tele furaha, vigelegele na raha. Asante sana Mwenyezi, nasema shukrani manani, umetulinda vema mpaka tumepatana. Kuwa na rafiki wa dhati ni jambo la maana. Urafiki si kufanana, ni kufana. Urafiki si kufanana, ni kufana. Alinisimulia yake ya maishani, tangia tulipopatana mpaka hiyo jioni. Kupatana, kupoteza, kufaulu na kuteleza, ndiyo hali ya maisha. Alisikiza yangu safari, matukio yangu mabana mazuri. Hakuna aliye kamili, nafasi twahitaji ya pili, na kuthamini sana wangu rafiki. Kuwa na rafiki ni jambo la maana. Unafiki si kufanana, ni kufana. Kuwa na rafiki wa dhati ni jambo la maana. Urafiki si kufanana, ni kufana. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 la 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 la. Da la 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 la. La 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 la. Nakutakia mema, nakuombea mema, rafiki nakupenda, ninakupenda sana. Nakutakia mema, nakuombea mema, rafiki nakupenda, ninakupenda sana. Nakutakia mema, nakuombea mema, rafiki nakupenda, ninakupenda sana.
About to listen to now is a song that is a classic from Kiunga One. It's called Watu wa Moja, One People, composed by Michel Zagaro in the 2019 edition of Africa Crossroads.
Kumekucha wana wa Afrika, na Amerika. Kumekucha, kumekucha pembe zote za dunia. Changamka, changamka mwana wa Afrika, Ulaya na Amerika. Changamka, changamka pembe zote za dunia. Mwenzangu, tazama mazingira yako, amkuwa mwenzako. Kwa jina la umoja, kwa jina la upendo, mkumbatie mwenzako. Mwenzangu, tazama mazingira yako, amkuwa mwenzako. Kwa jina la umoja, kwa jina la upendo, mkumbatie mwenzako. Ni siku ya furaha, tuimbe sote pamoja. Ni siku ya furaha, sisi ni watu wamoja. Rangi yangu tofauti na rangi yako, lakini tunapendeza. Tukiwa mimi na wewe, jamii imekamilika. Lugha yangu tofauti na lugha yako, zote tamu kusikiza. Lugha si kutenganisha, kazi kuwasiliana. Rangi yangu tofauti na rangi yako, lakini tunapendeza. Tukiwa mimi na wewe, jamii imekamilika. Lugha yangu tofauti na lugha yako, zote tamu kusikiza. Lugha si kutenganisha, kazi kuwasiliana. Ni siku ya furaha, tuimbe sote pamoja. Ni siku ya furaha, sisi ni watu wamoja. Ni siku ya furaha, tuimbe sote pamoja. Ni siku ya furaha, sisi ni watu wamoja. Ni siku ya furaha, tuimbe sote pamoja. Ni siku ya furaha, sisi ni watu wamoja. Ni siku ya furaha, tuimbe sote pamoja. Ni siku ya furaha, sisi ni watu wamoja.
Thank you so much, Michelle Unaro, for this beautiful, beautiful performance. It really does set the mood for the Friday. I think it was one of the hubs mentioned. Oh, I can't remember. Afrotopia. This is a vibe. Friday mood is set already. Yes, it is. So we're reaching the end of our final day of this third edition of African Crossroads, reimagining the Pan-African dream. Before we part ways, I would like to take a moment. Oh, obviously, we're not done quite yet. We still have a party to attend with our avatars. Adrian has posted how to get into your avatar gear on the chat.
Yeah, I just quickly jump in. I think the team can confirm that, but like that Greg has Michelle here who actually wants to say a word. So it's kind of like right? Yeah. So I don't know if this is still happening or not. Greg, can you infirm? That would be really awesome to actually get him live.
Yeah. Michelle Ongaro, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, wonderful. Hello, everybody. Please unmute your microphones and clap for Michelle, who was able to make it.
Round of applause for Michelle, everyone.
Oh, my God.
Amazing.
Thank you, Michelle. We've just listened to your music for 15 minutes right now, and I'd love you to just speak to the people. Tell them about your story, what inspires you. Some people say the music is great. We're really happy to see you. You've been in Uganda for more than 6 months, locked down by COVID. You're still making music. I mean, man, what do you have to say to them?
I don't know. It has been a very weird year. But at the end of the day, things have to go on in one way or another. And I'm happy that I'm still intact and I'm still doing what I love doing best. That's making music, despite all the challenges that I've gone through this year. And I'm happy. So I'm more optimistic. I just had my birthday on the 4th of December, so I'm still more optimistic. And yeah,
happy late birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. So basically,
and Michelle, we just listened to 3 of your songs.
Yes.
We've just listened to 3 of your songs, Perhaps you missed an opportunity of letting us know what those 3 songs are about. Would you just quickly cover on what is your music, your inspiration, and that kind of thing?
My inspiration is I love using music to share what I think is relevant to humanity, and covering different topics. Like for the 3 songs, the first song was called Herufi za Hekima, which is translated to alphabets of wisdom. So I had all the alphabetic letters of the Kiswahili language, and each word I had to get to explain a bit about the word that I've chosen for that letter. So the first one was Herufi za Hekima, alphabet of wisdom. The second song was called, or is still called, Rafiki wa Dhati, which means an amazing friend. And this song is a song that was inspired by, recently I met a guy, a very close friend of mine, who we were at nursery school with, and then we all went our separate paths, and then we met all those years later. So it was a story that was inspired by that meeting. The third song, as you know, the song that was I was really privileged to have used as one of the songs that in the Kiunga One project. Watu wa moja, which means one people, and it's a call for unity, and it emphasizes the importance of unity and the strengths in it, and regardless of all the challenges that we face, and regardless of what people will look sometimes as our outside physical or culture differences. So basically, You know, so it was a privilege for me to participate also in this Crossroads this year, and also hoping to be back next year again. So basically, those are the songs that I did.
And what's your parting shot, Michelle?
My parting shot is, let's keep the fire burning. It has been a very challenging year. Let's keep our focus on the positive things that we want to contribute to this journey we call life. And, you know, at the end of the day, we are still here. So let's make the difference.
Thank you very much, Michelle, for joining us and for the great work that you do with team at Bengatronics, and everywhere you go, you always leave a positive mark. It's such a pleasure to have you on Africa Crossroads. Back to you, MC.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg and Mitchell. Sorry for cutting you earlier. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were here with us. So we're reaching the end of our conference. We still have a teeny weeny bit to go. Fun stuff as always. But before we move forward with that, I would just like to take a minute to thank all of you guys for being here and deciding to spend your time with us. Secondly, I would love to give a little shout out to the African Crossroads team that actually made this happen. So if you guys just want to wave to the camera forensically so people know where you are, and maybe even unmute and just, I don't know, blurt out some wonderfulness. There you go, that's good. So there's Evelyn, Asma, Adrian, Didier, Greg, Samantha. Who am I missing? I'm just reading from the screen. I'm definitely missing Louise. Thank you, Louise. Yes, so thank all of you, and thank you to the hubs for attending as well, and thank you for bearing with us as well, where we went through a few tiny technical glitches. I would love as well if you guys, the participants, could also just share a few words of gratitude or feedback, or maybe just like a word that you feel represents your experience these past 2 days very well. We could just do a little popcorn. It doesn't have to be fast. It'll be super quick so we can get on to dancing. And Adrian should have posted how to get into your avatar gear on the chat, so we can all gear up and look fabulous for the upcoming performance, which is going to be sick. And Greg will tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. But first, I'd like to hand it over to you guys, the participants. If you could just a word that resonated the most or resonates the most with the experience that you had here with us these past 2 days. Floor is yours, y'all. Any volunteers? If you don't volunteer, I'm going to pick on you.
I can volunteer.
Thank you.
To say thank you everyone. I'll start with a message in there, but let me say it. I see Evelyn. Evelyn is here. Hi, Evelyn. I was wondering because I kind of struggle with the time difference. From our last meeting in Mombasa, we are putting together a few chapters from the proceedings. I don't know if you had a report back on it, feedback for the participants there. But also I was just putting a quick message to say I'm a writer. And so I'm writing at least one book, maybe an edited volume already on the music of African independence. And if anybody's interested in that theme, I'll be happy to put a wider core beyond this workshop. That's something that I've been working on for quite a while. please get in touch.
Thank you, Mozi. Thank you very much. And I can see that a few of you have decided to go for the chat, so I'll just read those out very, very quickly. And my bad, I totally forgot to mention Nikesa as well, who has been instrumental in making this happen. Apologies, Nikesa. So sorry. So Evince says, I'm glad to participate in this year's edition. Udulele, this was incredible. Many thanks to everyone. Thank you. M-Hub, we hope we can live stream every year. Thank you. Thank you, AC team, for giving us the chance to be part of part for the whole 2 days. And yeah, sweet. If you guys haven't had a chance to look at how to get into your gear, you just need to scroll up a little bit, and I think it should be available in the chat for you. And I'm going to pass it on to Greg, who is going to introduce our next performance. And while he does that, maybe change cameras. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody, and for your feedback. We're now going into our last performance for African Crossroads. This is the show that you've been waiting for. Mukanya. Okay, Thomas Mafumo, also known as Mukanya, is in the house. And for those of you who've watched his interview and his storytelling in the session, you will realize that this guy is one pillar of hope for the African continent, one of the few remaining elders that have that much clarity on where this continent should be and what is possible to be done by the young people. Without much ado, I want to hand it over to Adrian, who is going to stream this performance. Put your hands together for Thomas Mafumo. We're experiencing a little technical hitch there. It's going to be fixed. You do not worry. I'm definitely sure that the team behind the scenes is working to make it happen. Thomas Mafumo is regarded as the father of Chimurenga music and also one of the few icons that have grown the genre of protest music on the continent. He is currently living in the United States of America, and this is where we were able to actually join him and make this recording. Go ahead.
Matemo Mwana mai we Tora makano Mwana baba we Tora matemo Mwana baba we Tora makano Loko mwana we Tora matemo Vagomako unogaro chema, munumutema. Zvipo zvipingidzo, vakomana munogaro chema, mazuva ose. Tozoreva kupiko mambo. Tozoreva kupiko mambo. Tozoreva baburi mambo. Tozoreva baburi mambo. Kwaziji kare mambo. Kwaziji kare mambo iwe. Inga zwaira wo. Inga zwaira mambo. Kembere sewedu mambo. Kembere sewedu mambo iwe. Zwaye kukama. Batule muji. Rotanga kuna matau. Mizimu yoda irawo. Wasasa. Ingawani zwa. Ingazapera wone mambo. Batiji kare mambo iwe. Batiji kare mambo. Tozoreva kupiko mambo. Tozoreva baburi 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 mambo. Batiji kare mambo. Batiji kare mambo iwe. Inga zwaira wo. Inga zwaira wo. Kembere sewedu mambo. Kembere sewedu mambo iwe. Zwaye kukama. Rotanga kuna matewe. Mizimu yoda irawo. Robi wasasa. Chembere dzinoganga muriwo, Varawa dzinoveza mupinyi, Mandara dzinoganga mazai, Majaya anoganga mandire. Mwana Chirusemba chapera, Mwana Chirusemba chapera, Mwana Chirusemba chapera, Mwana Chirusemba chapera. Chembere dzinoganga muriwo, Varawa dzinoveza mupinyi, Mandara dzinoganga mazai, Majaya anoganga mandire. Mwana Chirusemba chapera, Mwana Chirusemba chapera, Mwana Chirusemba chapera, Mwana Chirusemba chapera. Vinga zvinonzwisa tsitsi mambo, Vinga zvinonzwisa tsitsi mambo, Vinga zvinonzwisa tsitsi mambo, Vinga zvinonzwisa tsitsi mambo, Vinga wondo yakapera mambo, Vinga wondo yakapera mambo, Vinga wondo yakapera mambo, Vinga wondo yakapera mambo. Wona wakadimbuka makuru nayo, amwendo kuchira imbambo mambo, amwendo kuchira mudzimba iwe, amwendo kutiza wondo kumusha iwe. Wona wakadimbuka makuru nayo, amwendo kuchira imbambo mambo, amwendo kuchira mudzimba iwe, amwendo kutiza wondo kumusha iwe. Mwana Chirusemba chapera, Mwana Chirusemba chapera, Mwana Chirusemba chapera, Mwana Chirusemba chapera. Dibuga makombona yo, amwendo kufira ipapo mambo, amwendo kuchira mudzimba iwe, amwendo kutiza wondo kumusha iwe. Wona wakadibuga makombona yo, amwendo kufira ipapo mambo, amwendo kuchira mudzimba iwe, amwendo kutiza wondo kumusha iwe. Mwana Chirusemba chapera, Mwana Chirusemba airuirwe mune vamwe vatereri vanotora mafuta vozore maoko nyaya dzitaurwe mune vamwe vatereri vanotora mazuva chiita pandau guva ritaurwe mune vamwe vatereri vanotora mazuva chiita pandau vindikuri neshuba indoruma vakomana ndoita mutekateka ndaenda nechitima daidzai vakuru vatoonewo iwe vaunozaita musha wababa daidzai vakuru vationewo iwe vaunozaita musha wababa nyaya dzitaurwe mune vamwe vatereri vanotora mazuva chiita pandau guva ritaurwe mune vamwe vatereri vanotora mazuva chiita pandau daidzai vakuru vatoonewo iwe vaunozaita musha wababa daidzai vakuru vatoonewo iwe vaunozaita musha wababa daidzai vakuru vatoonewo iwe vaunozaita musha wababa mutine mani ngenyama waindozogane akadirwa ngozi ukune mandi ndikeini waindozogane yakarasirirwa vidimiri netumba inorumana kuwana ndoita mutekateka ndaenda nechitima daidzai vakuru vatoonewo iwe vaunozaita musha wababa daidzai vakuru vatoonewo iwe vaunozaita musha wababa daidzai vakuru vatoonewo iwe vaunozaita musha wababa kwinikwini netumba indoruma vakomana ndoita mutekateka ndaenda nechitima Kanti ayotiri mwana mdiki mai vashandira kotinandava mkwamana mkuru ndova ndiri nyika wawandinobva ndoputa zvose ndoita chazara kuziya mkwamana panyika ngamangairire ngoma yekwedu yarira ngoma setuka yengoma wonde kana ngoma yekwedu yarira ngoma setuka yengoma wonde kana ngoma yekwedu yarira ngoma setuka yengoma wonde kana ngoma yekwedu yarira ngoma setuka yengoma wonde
This stuff is amazing, man. How are you feeling it wherever you are? If you want to unmute and you can see how they feel during the moment. This is the twin generation of African wonderful, nice to hear you, brother. How are you? Asante sana.
Wanna kumushaiwe kana yarira ona navunga kutamba iwe kana yarira ona navunga kumusha wakomana Chinokea, Chinokea, Chinokea. Chinokea, 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 Chinokea. Chinokea, Chinokea, Chinokea.
Yeah.
Wow, everybody. Oh, I seem not to even have the light, so all right. I'll have to look for it. But thank you everybody for joining and for, such a wonderful evening listening to music, enjoying together, uh, you know, connecting with these sounds and everybody who's in this room tonight. It's been such a pleasure to curate the music program as well as to work with everybody to make sure that it came out really well and you were able to meet new artists and experience, the diversity of music on the continent and other places. We're happy that you could join with us. Please continue to follow African Crossroads and to look forward to the next episodes and to keep connecting with the people. Music is just one of the ways that we keep connected, but there's a lot more ways we could keep connected through literature, through the books. It's been a pleasure to connect with all the academicians who are part of this program, innovators and artists, and everybody who's come to make it a success. It is my pleasure to hand you over to Samantha, who's going to close the evening and let you know how we move from here, from our end here in Nairobi and the studio at Bengatronics. Thank you very much for being part of this gathering.
Thank you, Greg, and a big thank you to our African Crossroads community for yet another dynamic festival edition. I mean, it is really because of you that we continue to cultivate cutting edge knowledge and practices. And a big thank you to Hivos and special mention to the two programs, Resource of Open Minds and Green Works, for continuing to nurture these African entrepreneurs, creatives, different multisectoral persons. So we really look forward to grow our network and our community together with you, everyone who's been a participant and an audience. And thanks so much to the team for arranging this edition, this hybrid edition. So if you missed this session, remember all the sessions are still live on YouTube. So remember to like, subscribe, tell someone to tell someone. African Crossroads is really an open network. Welcome to all people, especially African-oriented knowledge and practices. So thanks, everyone. See you again, not sure when, but remember, we're still available. We're also active, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, engage us. We're here for you. Thank you, everyone, for making this happen. Hola.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. If you have any questions for us as well, for anyone.
Yes. Now is the time. Unmute your mic, test your filters. Do you want to share your screen? We've come to the end of a very lovely 2-day program. It's been beautiful.
Thank you guys for such an amazing session. It's been like a very beautiful wrap for the year. I feel like it's Christmas already. My African Christmas is done. What happened? I don't know. But nice music. Yeah, and lovely to meet you all. The whole of the year, I feel like I've really grown in terms of embracing and understanding and learning a lot more about Africa, and just meeting so many enthusiastic people who are all about giving Africa the voice that we deserve. And it's been such a learning process for me, and I couldn't have asked to end it in any other way other than this event. So thank you so much. Yeah, let's keep rocking, guys. Have a good one.
And thanks to you for the back end. You really did a great job. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you, Hubs. Thank you, attendees, and the whole organizing team. It's been awesome working with you. And I can see Jesse as well. Jesse, thank you for the edits. And Natiemo, thank you for contributing animations as well. And Samantha and Evelyn, you have nailed it. You've been awesome throughout. So really, it's amazing to work with people like you. So thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Everyone, really, it's been such a great collaboration.
Yeah. That filter is so nice. You know, you're looking so good with that hat, and you know, it's like a little bit in the night, and I mean, absolutely, it's so good. Those filters, bomb.
I think Didier looks cool because it's got his hair in the background there, so it looks like a tennis hat.
Let's see Didier.
You.
Yeah. Wow. For Didier, it's like a half a cup, eh?
Yes. And a word from you as well, Didier.
Didier. Yours is the best.
9 p.m. that's cheating. That is cheating.
Some of us don't have devices that take the avatar stuff, so we gotta make our own.
Ah, so you brought the real one.
Yeah.
It's out of what's this thing called? Plastergaze material. It's really more like a labels that we keep. We have labels that we give to people. Have been labeled boring, old, cheeky, loser, gay, and these are just labels that we share to make them insignificant. So it's a project that we are carrying on in Nairobi Design Week. It's called Label Human, and people share their labels, and yeah, it's another way of sharing.
Probably reducing transmissions for coronavirus. Yeah.
So.
I have more music if you guys want. There's never. Oh, is that Jesse from Kuona?
Jesse from Kuona.
Yeah, Kuona Trust in Nairobi.
The lady, or
yes,
no, the art space.
Yeah,
Nice to see you.
There is me, but I'm not from Kuona.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Great. Last word, anyone, somebody, someone? Going once?
I would love just to say thank you. Thank you. This is Sudulele speaking. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks to everyone for putting this. I couldn't imagine that this is possible. Watching performances from live performances from our home. So it's really incredible amount of work you guys did. Yeah, and thanks to Greg for also curating all this wonderful music. Thanks to Samantha, each and every one of you. Kazi njema, Didi. I can't wait for the next one.
We also can't wait. We can't wait for Kiunga 3, hey? And it's getting hot and hot by the year. You wouldn't expect something that good quality to come out of 2020, and there we are celebrating a lot of things this year. So thank you guys for making this happen each and
Samantha,
every year.
did you miss the idea that Kiunga 3 could be a collaboration between Michelle and Mafumo? Did you miss that part?
Was it in the storytelling? Was it in the storytelling? Probably. Yes. Oh, wow. The idea is alive. The dream is alive, guys. We're making it happen.
Those guitars. That was great. That was great music.
It was. Okay.
Wish you happy holiday.
Happy
Thank you
holidays.
for the music, man. Thank you so much.
Happy holidays. Enjoy.
Okay, not me up anymore.
Happy holiday, everyone.
Good to see you all. It's really hard to let go of good things, right? Like we all want to go home. We want to call it a day, but we're still here. African Crossroads is such a beautiful place to be.
Maybe I can start with logging out with my other devices.
That's a start, yeah. That's a start.
Nakasa, what was the standout hub? Who gets the prize for top participant as hub?
It's so hard. It's like even they all came through, all had best foot forward. I can't. I can't answer that.
I just realized I'd be stirring because there's still 2 hubs here. Where I got to tune into the presentations. It looks really cool.
Yeah, the spaces are really cool. Like I now feel like I need to make an extra effort to visit even the Kenyan spaces. Everyone has really cool spaces with a lot of work put into them. MHub has a space, a pod where you can go take a nap if you're tired of coding or creating or whatever you're doing. That's my kind of space.
Me too.
That's the one. Most novel feature then. There we go.
Yeah. And the stuff that H Factor have done with the space is really creative. I don't know if anyone has seen those photos. It's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing what you can do with spaces if you just put your creative hat on. Yeah.
I see you're wearing it.
Yeah.
Really a creative hat.
Yeah. The hubs are amazing. I need to go back into the group, and I don't know how we're going to close the group, honestly, because we've been having so much fun in it. But I don't have one more WhatsApp group just for the sake. But I'll miss them. I'll miss them once you close the group.
I'll be there. You'll open up.
Yeah. It's been a very. I'm sure people wake up with more messages on our WhatsApp in the morning. You know, those who have gone to sleep already in different time zones.
Yeah.
Should we wrap it up?
We have. I think we have. Do you want to do a sign so that I close the meeting? I close the meeting with everyone doing the same thing as well would be nice. Okay. That's also really nice. Sawa, guys, goodbye.